Or
You got a quiet person. Just want to let you know we'll be starting very soon. We're just having some tech issues on this end, so hang on and we'll be right with you.
Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our March 2025 board meeting. Let's just check sound quickly. Director Davidoff, how are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me, Chair?
Hear you. Good morning.
Chair,
Thank you.
I had some feedback on yesterday's meeting that there was online some challenges hearing. So if we could just reiterate our speaking to the owl in a clear way would be
Thank you.
appreciated.
Hannah Graff, top off. Are you all good? You can hear us?
I can hear you fine.
Thank you, Hannah Graff.
Yeah, and I'm good also. I can hear you okay.
Okay, we're watching chat too, so if something comes up, we'll see it in the chat. To any directors online who are alternates or new, do use the chat when you'd like to speak and just put your name in the chat. For the public and the media, the chat is not actually a function for you to use until we get to public time, which is at 11:45. And then you can do the same. You can put your name in chat. We try not to use chat as a discussion forum, so do refrain from doing so. I'd like to welcome Alternates Director Gordon for Mayor of Silverton, Alternate Director Lang for Village of Caslow. And am I missing any other alternates? I'd like to acknowledge you. Okay, great. How about we start? I'd like to acknowledge the Indigenous people within whose lands we are meeting today. And I'll call for adoption of the agenda of March 20. Jackman DeBoon, are there edits? Discussion? You're on chat. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And a motion for the minutes of February.
21st is the block.
I think we can do those as a block. Yes, go ahead. Both meeting minutes moved. We have a second. Thank you, Len. Corrections or edits? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And can you take the welcome to the open board meeting sign down? That's okay. It just helps me see people. Appreciate that. Thanks. All right, CAO, you have an introduction.
Yeah, through the chair. So David Barnhart, who's been with us on a temporary basis, won the competition for our safety advisor role, which Andre Noel vacated a few months ago. So David's now with us permanently.
Thank you very much. Is he online?
No.
Okay. All right, we have the Nelson and Area Childcare Committee with us today, so grateful to have you. Come on up. We have Samantha and Allison, or Sam and Allison. We have 20 minutes for delegations now. We changed that a couple months ago, so welcome. And I will hand it over to you. And directors, again, online, if you have any sound issues, pop it in chat and we'll watch for that. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samantha Zaitzoff, and I'm the program coordinator of the West Kootenay Childcare Resource and Referral Program with Kootenay Kids Society, and I'm a proud early childhood educator for the last 25 years. I took my training at Selkirk College locally, and I'm presenting today with Allison McDonald, the Community Economic Development Coordinator at Community Futures. And we're here to present on childcare planning, partnerships, and collaboration on behalf of the Nelson and Area Childcare Committee. And this is a little bit about who we are. This is our screenshot from our last online meeting. We were formed in April of 2024 as childcare was identified as a priority of the Nelson and Area Economic Development Partnership. And we utilized the UBCM Stepping Stone Guide to Childcare that you've had in your briefing as well to form our committee. And so this is representation of the stakeholders from that guide that we took the recommendations from and reached out to community partners. And so we have a list of our community partners, and that's just a brief screenshot of us, but we're a very multi-sectoral committee.
Take over on your committee.
And Director Graham as well.
Oh, Director Graham, I'm sorry. And Director Graham, thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, that was great. And we're here today because childcare is a critical infrastructure investment. And as I was talking with a colleague just before I came, she said, I heard a quote recently that you should really share, and it says, we all depend on someone who depends on childcare. So just to highlight how interconnected we are and how relative and required in infrastructure childcare is. This slide presents key information from multiple stakeholder perspectives, and a message we really wanted to stress is that children are active members of our community now. They're not passive citizens, they're our future citizens. They are citizens at this moment. And childcare is not just a family issue, it impacts our workforce participation, businesses and social and economic growth, and most importantly, children's development and life outcomes. Our childcare resource and referral program has heard from multiple families that have had to move out of our region and area because of lack of childcare. And we recently heard in a childcare in the Kootenay study from Selkirk Innovates that 30% of our childcare operators do not see themselves as financially viable for the sustained future. And retaining and supporting early childhood educators is essential to maintain quality childcare programs. They are the backbone of early learning supports and well-being of children and families. And there's been multiple economic studies that have shown the value of increasing dollars into the early years, and the fact that it comes back in the form of $1 invested today yields $4 to $9 return within the next few years. So not in 10 years time, but within the next couple of years time. We felt it was really important to bring voices from our stakeholders as well to the presentation today. And so when we were getting the presentation ready, we reached out to some stakeholders to seek their stories. And I was planning on reading out the quotes that are on the slides, but I'm having trouble reading. But you can read through the quotes. These were shared with us as we reached out to various stakeholders. The top one is a parent that we have been in relation with quite often at the Childcare Resource and Referral, and they have been able to secure childcare 30 minutes away from their place of residence, and so they drive every day 30 minutes to drop their child off and then come back to Nelson to work. It's a huge financial toll. They've recently become single, and it is very stressful for both of the parents to be able to get to their daughter every day and back and forth as well. And Early childhood educators, as I was saying, are the backbone of the early learning. And this early childhood educator shared that they've been in the field for 29 years, and it's still a financial struggle. The stress is real, but it's really their passion and dedication for early learning that keep them in the field, and we see that across the and our operators, for 20 years, I've run a family daycare, shaping young minds with joy and care, but the low pay and unpaid hours take their toll, leaving me exhausted while doing the work I love. And that really speaks to the fact that the 30% of operators we were saying that aren't financially feasible to continue their operations in childcare. And an employer shared that childcare shortage isn't just a family issue, it's a business crisis. Parents in our community face month-long delays in returning to work. Some leave the workforce entirely, and absenteeism due to inadequate care options. It's impacting our productivity, recruitment, and economic security for our employees. Yeah, that would be. And it was really interesting to compile this for this presentation as well. So I just wanted to share a bit, the Childcare Resource and Referral, the West Kootenay Childcare Resource and Referral, we are aligned to school district regions. So School District 8 and 10 are under West Kootenay Childcare Resource and Referral, our program that's housed here in Nelson. And then Kootenay Columbia, which is out of Trail, supports School District 20 and School District 51. So I'm sharing that to give contextual information about why there's gaps in data and differences in data collection, because we don't have a systemic or a system of data collection for childcare needs or feasibility. And that's a gap that is definitely restrictive of our full understanding of what the needs are. But when I was putting together the numbers for our areas, I was able to align it based on talking with Kootenay Columbia Childcare Resource and Referral, accessing the childcare desert map information that was in your handout as well, and the programs that we serve through West Kootenay. And so these are the total amount of spaces in each of the area, and we try to put municipalities under those as well. We can break down data further, but it gets really nitty-gritty as well. But as you can see, there are very limited areas that have childcare available. And I just want to note that of the childcare spaces that are available, all of those are either 3 to 5 or school-age children spaces. There is no infant toddler spaces anywhere in the regional district of Central Kootenay in any of our communities at this moment. This was captured a month ago. We reached out to all the programs, so it's current information as well. And I also wanted to highlight that many programs keep wait lists. But waitlists are only operational and functional if you know that you can provide space for the children within their age. So a lot of our programs, when they realize that children will age out before they receive a space due to the length of the waitlist, will no longer keep waitlists. So in most of our communities, almost half of our programs are no longer taking waitlists. And families, when they find out that there's not even a waitlist to be put on, are in a very desperate situation, and it's really hard conversations that our program has to support families. We just wanted to touch on the shared responsibilities of childcare because it's really a societal responsibility, and our federal government and provincial government, local government and regional districts and not-for-profit and private operators all have a role to play. And we've outlined each of these stakeholders' roles in the slide. And I just really wanted to highlight that on March 6th, the federal government announced through a bilateral agreement with Early Learning $5.38 billion to come to BC. BC was one of the first provinces and territories to sign on, and that will continue being the capital investment into early learning that has already begun the path to universal childcare. Yeah.
Okay.
So I just wanted to
bring that over here.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so we're not going to talk about the federal and provincial government, but they do have a huge role to play. Today we're going to talk about local government and the different tools available to you to help move childcare forward in your community. So Stepping Stones guides for BC's local government around childcare planning was developed in 2020 and published in 2021. UBCM recognized the local governments were taking action on this, and they wanted to provide best practices. I would say that these guides
are meant as guides. They're not sort of prescriptive, and so recognizing that different guides will suit the purposes at different times. So I'm going to very quickly go over the different guides. These are meant for local governments, and so there's definitely some things that me as a community economic development person don't understand that you all will understand much better than I. So guide number 1 is about leadership. It's about planning and policy, how to develop a childcare strategy for your community or region. It digs into the different provincial policies that are out there. It goes over how to engage the community and collect data to inform the decision making that you are doing. And it also looks at how to implement those plans and policies. Okay, so guide number 2, this one is all about how local government can facilitate, secure, and finance childcare. And so there's money coming into childcare from various levels of government, and this talks in good detail about the New Spaces Fund, which is one of the huge sources of funding, but there's also other tools that local governments have to bring more dollars to this work. It also digs into zoning and land use regulations, which is something that local government manages, and it digs into areas where local government can streamline the process for childcare. And just want to acknowledge an example of that. The town of Preston recently did this. They adopted new zoning to allow childcare in all zones without limitations on the number of children. So I think that's a great example of zoning changes that can help speed up the process for childcare approvals. There's also opportunities around partnerships as we move to universal childcare. The school districts have been engaged more on this work, as well as other partners in the area. And this guide also looks at local government's roles or opportunities. So depending on what works for your community, you could be a facilitator of childcare, like Director Graham has been. You could be a landlord or even a direct operator, depending on what's available there. And I'm sorry, this is really fast. This guide is all about helping local government that actually want to design and build childcare spaces. So depending on the capacity of your community, you might have to get more involved in the actual development of childcare. And so this outlines how to select the right sites. So there's a lot of lands and buildings, and this will help explain to you how to go through that process of identifying where would be a suitable place for childcare, or looking at the facilities that the RDCK operates and opportunities for co-location. There's also recently been some design guidelines that have been put out by the province that can help guide that work as well. And also just if the local government is involved as an owner or a landlord or an operator, there's guidance around that piece as well. So guide number 4, getting licensed and developing childcare is a very laborious process. And so this guide is all about how local government can support these providers to get through this process as streamlined as possible, recognizing that there's just some things that childcare operators have to go through, especially around the licensing that involves the health and safety. Going fast. This one is about working with childcare operators. So as I mentioned, the RDCK does have facilities that might be a great place to locate childcare. So this one dives into the process for doing that. So how to find different operators to work in those spaces, and also sort of guidance around creating clear agreements, such as like a lease agreement or funding options as well. So our ask, the RDCK, I want to quickly acknowledge there's already great work happening in this region, and we just want to keep that work going, and we wanted to bring your attention to this guide from UBCM as best practices moving forward. So our hope from this presentation is that the RDCK continues integrating childcare into your planning processes and adopts the UBCM's childcare planning guides for BC's local governments. So finally, next steps. I've provided Sam and my contact information. Sam, as you can tell, is the expert on childcare, so don't ask me the really hard questions. I'm coming at it from a community economic development, so helping bring people together. And we are meeting monthly with the Nelson and Area Childcare Committee. And so if you are interested in learning more about the work that we're doing, then please get in touch with me. And finally, the province has just announced There's Central Kootenai Boundary Regional Childcare Virtual Roundtables. The first meeting is April 3rd, and you all are invited to join and be part of the conversation about childcare in our region. And yeah, let's move on to questions.
Thank you so much, Samantha and Allison. So we do have quite a few questions. And if you don't mind taking the presentation down, thank you very much. We're going to start with Director Graham. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I really want to thank the two ladies here because when I became the area director, I realized very quickly that daycare was probably the single biggest challenge that we were having every day. And I was living it every day in my office with girls that had no daycare for their kids. And one of them was paying a nanny $200 a day to come to work, which was pretty much what she was earning. So that's obviously not sustainable. So I just want to thank them. And I want to say also thank you to the Balfour Covenant Church, who has also stepped up in the last little while to come up with a expand on their preschool program. And now I think they're looking at an after school program. So I just wanted to make those. And lastly, I just want to say here that we are hopeful in Area E. We have a new spaces application in that these girls have been part of, and that we have hundreds and hundreds of volunteer hours in, and we have Nicola working on that with us. And one of the biggest challenges is those applications are pretty much impossible for any nonprofit to do on their own. We've tried it twice. This is our third time. Like, if you don't have a professional consultant and the money to do that, then the chances of you getting this are like really good. So it needs to change at a provincial level. And anyways, we have one in with Nicola. We're hoping, we've been waiting for 8 months. And so we're really hoping we're going to hear something positive in the next little while. And really that was I just wanted to thank you for all of your work, and because I know I probably was one of the drivers of forming this whole thing, and I'm just really grateful to see you here today. And thank you both very much.
Great. What a great way to start the day. Thank you. So we have Director Jackman, then DeBoon.
Yep, thank you. So through the chair, question is, to what extent are you working right now with school districts to connect them with community groups or interests? The reason I'm asking is the last standing school, public school left in Area A, has had a 16-spot child care fully certified facility being just underutilized for now a decade. And yet, regional district has some interest in being a connecting point with community on those joint use additional facilities that are added to that school. And to me, it looks like we're struggling for a model for an MOU or some kind of document to ensure that community interests or input is fully considered while the school district moves forward with what they think are in their best interests. So back to looking for models of successful work with community school districts in your kind of knowledge base, your expertise. The only ones I've seen recently are indigenous models for MOUs. I haven't seen anything that fits where we're at, where community feels they need a stronger voice and long-term commitment to a long-term relationship with the community, not just administration of the school district. Calling all shots.
I think, so in 2023, there was a move for childcare to move from Ministry of Children and Family to Ministry of Education and Childcare. And with that move came early learning directors under each school district, which were supported to provide investigation into what childcare would look like. And some school districts have taken on operation of childcare, including School District 10 in our area and School District 8. So both of them were able to take on, and our program was alongside with them to seek funding and to increase spaces. So we have a seamless day, Winlaw Elementary and Nacaspa Early Learning Center and Goat Mountain are both programs that operate out of School District 10. With that in mind, they're not mandated to provide childcare, and so they are looking for lease agreements with operators because it's a very different landscape, education and childcare, and licensing and regulations. There's a lot of differences in their ways of operating and funding for parents and provincial funding streams that make it really complicated. So just sharing a bit of context of that side as well. And in Area A, I believe, so Crawford Bay is currently has discussion happening, and there will potentially be a program opening in September in that space. So our program is supporting an operator and an early childhood educator who lives in the community, and they're in relationship and communication with the school district at this time. School District 8 and School District 10 are both very on board to leave the space around, and that's our conversations and part of our childcare resource referral role. If that
Thank you.
helps.
We don't have time for supplementals. We still have 3 speakers and we're at time.
That's good, kind of missed the point.
Oh,
Talk to you separately or cocktails.
Thank you. We have DeBoon, Casely, and myself. We are at time, so I'm not going to allow supplementals, and we've got their contacts for other questions at this time. So go ahead, Director DeBoon.
Yeah, I am from Preston, and as you mentioned, we are dealing with obstacles that we are trying to remove. I think in Preston, there's only about 20% of kids have internet, so we're a long ways from filling the needs. We have a concept drawing, we have housing that we would like to associate with it. So if we're successful in all this stuff, we still need the ECE workers. We have a college in the Rockies campus right there, but they don't offer ECC or ECE. So is there anything that you're doing to encourage more local education of early childhood educators? Because again, that's the missing piece. If you have everything else and you don't have that, you're still spinning your wheels.
yeah, we're working with all school districts within our area to offer dual credit programs that work alongside with grade 12 students who are able to begin taking courses in early childhood education for free in their graduating year. And also all College of the Rockies and school and Selkirk College provide online, our hybrid, our part-time, our full-time to meet the needs of rural learners. And our programs together on the advisory committees of both of those institutions.
Yeah, we do talk about workforce at every single one of our childcare communities. So it's a huge barrier to increasing space.
Yeah, and it's one of the critical pieces of the new space application is that you're saying how you will have staff and what your employment plan is, because it is such a need and we don't have enough early childhood educators.
Thank you, Director DeBoon. Director Casely, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Our challenge has been a lot of is actually having to find staff, and then having staff come from other provinces. The same old story as the health profession. Have you guys been advocating, and how can we advocate stronger to change some of these rules and speed this process up? Because we could be full, but our problem is we're not getting staff.
Director Casely's from New Denver.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of complexities within the early learning workforce that present the challenges around like work conditions as well as wages. And there is a provincial wage enhancement at this time that provides $6 an hour wage enhancement on top of Columbia Basin Trust provides $2 an hour wage enhancement. So there's $8 an hour provided through wage enhancements at this time. A lot of educators feel that because that could be taken away at any time, that's uncertain, and actually feels uncertain to early childhood educators beginning into the field because at this time they're enhancements. They're not structures. We don't have a provincial wage grid. There is a 10 a day in early childhood educators in BC that advocate and are pushing policy to the province to share what that would look like for recruitment and retention studies. And there's quite a few on ECBC's website. If you look at the recruitment and retention studies, they have a lot of recommendations about ideas to move forward.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the last question, and I'm going to actually include our staff on that because she's one of our planners. Noting your actual request to us is to integrate the guidance into our community plans and zoning. So to either of you or to Stephanie as our planner in rural admin or in rural services, my question is, we have about 10 different official community plans and zoning bylaws across the whole regional district. We know that as they move along, they're being updated with all the other considerations we have to include now. This I don't see being one that we would not include. My primary question is, when we know of an area that has a barrier, can we spot zone to update that or do a variant so that we can address it immediately? Or are we going to wait for the review process on official community plans to incorporate this? Now, if I'm putting you on the spot, we can just flag it, but that was my specific question.
Through the chair, in terms of official community plans, as the elected officials know, we've been taking an as and when approach. So we have on today's agenda the Area I Sentinel Mountain Official Community Plan, which speaks to childcare.
For that particular electoral area, there was support for encouraging childcare in different communities, community halls. So that's included in the new official community plan, and we would continue to do that as we updated and reviewed official community plans for each electoral area as they stand now. In terms of the land use regulation, so implementing the vision of the official community plan in our zoning bylaws, we currently permit and are aligned with the province's Community Care and Assisted Living Act through home occupations, childcare facilities for 8 spaces or less are an outright permitted use. Anything above that, generally speaking, we define as a daycare facility, and we have had an application which had to rezone to allow for daycare facility out in the Robson area. They were converting a single family dwelling, and we ran that as quickly as we could. So we do have a process right now where a potential daycare operator would need to apply for a bylaw amendment application currently. So that's how we're treating those spot areas. As the board will recall, that particular location was approved to change the zoning to allow for a larger daycare facility. So we currently would not be able to, with the way our bylaws are written, move forward with the variance. We have to go through a formal bylaw amendment application. And if the board identified childcare planning as a planning project, then we, as a planning team, would undertake review of the relevant bylaws to make changes consistent with the board's direction and from what we hear on the committee or the community. And we would look at best practices like the town of Preston and the work that they did. So I hope
that definitely answered the question, and you reminded me of Dr. Hanegraaff, who worked on that bylaw change. So now I remember we can do that. So thank you so very much. I'm sorry we're out of time. It's a great way to start the day. Thank you so much for what you're doing. When I first started here, I had a 2-year-old and I was a single mom. And if it wasn't for a small community, I couldn't have done this work. I just literally begged friends, could you take my boy? He's really cute. So I'm grateful because now we do have more spaces, maybe not enough in Castle and Area D where I am, but your work is so important. So thank you very much. Thanks for being here. And everybody who had further questions, of course, the contacts for Samantha and why am I forgetting your name? Allison, I'm so sorry, are in the presentation.
Thank you.
And you're welcome to stay as long as you'd like. We have a lot of fun here. Thank you. Hey, directors, we're going to keep moving along. And thank you, Stephanie. Really great to have, that was a very concise answer. Okay, so business arising out of amendments 3.1. I think everybody remembers this one from last month. If we go over what we approved, then staff will come back to us. So there's no action on this one. The note is in that item. Okay, good. All right, so with recommendations 4.1.1, Sallow and Area G Commission. Who would like to move that? Lockwood. Second, Cunningham. Okay, and any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. North Kootenay Lake Services Committee, I will move this first motion. Director Lang, this is to not take further action on increasing the financial for the library. We actually have a really good ceiling at this time. So both Mayor Hewitt and I agreed to not move this forward. Do you second that motion? Thank you. Discussion?
Sure, participants only for some of these, of course.
Thank you for always reminding me of that. Thank you. All right, do we agree, Director Lang? It's just you and I. Okay. Thank you. And the second one, same thing, participants only, same thing. We're not going to increase the Jaws of Life bylaw limit because we actually have quite a bit in there. Do you second that motion, Director Lang? Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All right. Anyone opposed? Thank you. Area H, New Denver and Silverton. You have a motion there. Who would like to move that? Popoff, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Yes, I will move that recommendation.
Okay, and do we have a second? Thank you, Director Gordon. Discussion. We good? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Participants only, thank you. And maybe we should be reading this, just the basic part. So everyone knows where we are. 4.1.4, if that's helpful. This is Creston Valley Services Committee. Director DeBoon, do you want to move that motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion that the board send a letter of support for British Columbia Air Access Program grant to fund a backup generator to the Crescent Valley Airport. And I know the timeline is tight, and I think the letter is probably just sitting here waiting for us to finish the motion. So I'll make the motion.
Second.
Second, Jackman, discussion.
So the question was on the timeline for a few of these are like tomorrow. Today.
Should be right in here. I'll sign it today.
They're all, because otherwise at lunch we'll make sure we grab them.
Yeah, no, we had noted because I was in that committee with you. I sent a note saying, please make sure this is ready at board. Further discussion? All those in favor? All vote. Anybody opposed? Teamwork today. All right, Joint Resource Recovery Committee.
Thank
Director
you,
Newell,
Chair.
you chaired. Go ahead.
This first resolution is an all vote, and that is that the regional district of the, I'll do the first, second, third readings separate to
yes.
It's a regulatory amendment bylaw amending the RDCK septic disposal facilities regulatory bylaw as noted. Be read a first, second, and third time by content.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Weatherhead, discussion. You're on the room. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried?
This is an all vote, and this is for adoption of said bylaw number 3021/2025, and this is for adoption.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Lockwood. No discussion on adoption. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried?
Third resolution is an all vote weighted that the board directs staff to transfer $28,015 from S187 regular reserve fund to S187 refuse disposal, septic reserve fund, and transfer $69,027 from said S186 refuse disposal East Subregion Reserve Fund to the East Septic Reserve Fund. That was tricky to read.
You got it.
And that's an all vote weighted.
Thank you. Seconded, Jackman, discussion. Go ahead, Jackman.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're remiss, because I was asked a question just earlier this morning about what pays for what and user fees versus taxation. Of course, I missed my chance to say that the first recommendation was to balance user fees more closely against taxation. And then this one is for accountability, because a lot of people say, oh, you got millions of dollars of reserves. I heard that yesterday. And yeah, but for what? So this is an accountability measure. There's a follow-up to the balancing of user fees versus taxation. And nobody will ever understand that sitting at this table. You have to go to the committee meeting in terms of the public. You have to go to the committee meeting if you're truly interested in this stuff.
Yeah, this was about an hour-long conversation between all of these yesterday, and I don't think septic will ever be a service we don't need. Just as a side note, I'll say it that way. Further discussion on the motion? You get online? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And go ahead.
The fourth resolution is all vote weighted that the board approve the RD entering into consulting services with Sterling Hansen Associates for Otishinya landfill, interim fill plant, et cetera, and general support for a lands application for a 2-year term with the option of 2 1-year extensions upon mutual agreement up to a total not including GST of $117,310. And further, that the chair corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents, and further that the cost be paid from service S188.
We have a second. Weatherhead, thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's seconded, and then sorry, I just saw Casey had his hand up. Okay, you're going to be recorded opposed. Is that your note there, Casey?
Yeah, I wanted to be recorded opposed on the first one.
We're on number 4 motion, so that's the one that.
Well, you ran through it and you hit the wrong thing, so I was just wanted to be recorded. And the increase to the septic.
So motions 1 and 2, you recorded opposed?
Yep.
Okay, I am checking chat, so by all means, you got something, I'm looking at it before I go to the vote, but we've got you now, recorded opposed on motion 1 and 2. So we are on motion 4. It's been moved and seconded, discussion, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a question to the staff, or just with regards to the writing. The 117 is for the 2-year term. That is correct?
Uli, go ahead. Yes. Uli, you're muted, but Stuart answered yes. Yes.
Okay, I just believe it read, I wasn't sure, because it authorizes another further 2-year term. That was something that we decided in the future, which I assume if it's 1 year at a time, it will be roughly half of the 117, plus a little bit.
Getting a yes.
Good, thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Okay. And number 5.
This is all vote weighted and another, I've got the luck of these challenging motions to read, but we'll do our best. That the board send a letter to the Ministry of Environment and Parks as drafted with amendments directed by the Joint Resource Recovery Committee, that the ministry investigates interchange recycling's compliance with their extended producer responsibility program within the RDCK, and further that the chair be authorized to sign the letter.
Do you have a second? Thank you, Jackman. Discussion, go ahead.
Yeah, just technicality maybe. For the purpose of minutes being correct down the road, I don't see why this is going to take this time.
Oh, sorry, that's
It's just all.
Not weighted. Yeah. Further discussion, checking chat. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. May take us 10 years, but we do stick to our advocacy. Recycling was a bit of a win this year, so hopefully this one will turn around eventually. 4.2.1 commission appointments. We've got Area J, Director Hannah, or this is one motion that includes Area J and Ryan Dell. Hannah Graff, go ahead.
Okay, I move that the board appoint the individuals to following RDCK commissions, Area J, APHC, with the term to end December 31st, 2026, Dean McKinnon, and that a letter of thanks go to Donna Levine for her service with the Ryan Dell Commission.
Second, thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Yay.
Yay. Thanks,
Oh,
Director.
sorry, I meant to mute.
Okay. All right, so now we have the appointment. This is one motion. Just noting that because of the election term, that's why the 3-year term is not an option, because of the election, and when there's a new director, they can change their committee member. So that was the change to this. So it's the only change at this time. Weatherhead, go ahead.
I would just like to, through the chair, I'd just like to add, there was one on under Area K Arrow Park. I had appointed also Wendy Levine.
Okay, and you sent that to Ashley, so it's on the
Yeah,
sheet?
she just,
Okay.
they just go.
Okay, so when we move it, we'll move it as amended. Roger, Dr. Tierney, do you have?
Yes, one person is missing for Area B, Daniel Bjarnason, and yes, her name was submitted.
Danielle?
Danielle, yeah.
Okay, and so Ashley has that.
Yes.
Okay, good, because she won't read my writing on this one.
Sure.
Yes, Jackman?
I think Ange would want the years of appointment defaulted 2 years, because she has it for everyone else.
I think you default to 2 years, and then depending on the application, unless they said 1, I don't think we can go back to the applications at this point. Can we just default to 2 years?
Through the chair, Area B members are all 1 year at this point. I'm not sure. And then having 1 2 years.
I think just do it 2 years, and if they want to resign at 1, they can. Just to be clear, because normally this is what we would have in advance, and we're not going to pull up the applications at this point. Okay? Are we ready to move the motion as amended? Thank you, Weatherhead. Do we have a second? Thank you. And sorry, are we good on chat there, McLaren? All right. Discussion. All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Correspondence. We have 3 items there. I'm going to go ahead and just note for 5.1 with Lower Kootenay Band, the Yakaniki Powwow. Any directors who would like to make a contribution, just offer them to do a grant. I did that the other day, so that'll be on the April board agenda. So that's just an FYI, and I know it's in May, so if you would like to do that, just make sure it's in for April. Other correspondence.
Can I just add to that?
Yes, you can.
We had a request at the town of Preston, and just for guidance, I believe we donated $500, and I think their total ask will be somewhere around 5,000. So just so you know what the figures are.
Thank you. Yeah, I did 500. I kind of figured that was generally the sponsorship kind of level. Okay, great. Sorry. Any other correspondence anybody would like to pull for discussion? Looking in the room, online. Oh, you've got 2 here for letters of support. Jaboon, can I just go back to you? Kootenay Employment Services, I believe that came through the Creston Valley Services Committee. Is that something you were hoping the board would do?
Did we have a discussion on that one? I don't recall a detail.
Jackman, go ahead.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
We did, and this is why I asked for it generally, what letters of support we're ready to sign, because the towns, I think, may be more time sensitive than KDS, but there's time sensitivity to all of this.
And do you have that for the Creston one as well, Director DeBoon? There is, sorry, Lockwood, I'll come back to you in a second. Creston's asking for a letter of support. I don't have any of the letters of support in here.
Okay. Yeah, letter, that one I think is more time sensitive, and it will help us get going on something that we really need to get going on. So
are you referring to 5.3?
yes, I am.
So then you want to make that motion, and then whatever the town of Creston is looking for, have that in an email to Ange before the end of the day. Okay. So if you want to make that motion.
I will make that motion.
I'll second.
And this is 5.3, that the board write a letter of support for the town of Creston, supporting the Creston Valley Kootenay Lake Economic Development Restructuring Initiative. Moved and seconded, noting the financial contribution goes through your economic development sub-regional service, so we do not need that in the letter, correct? Or do you want that in the letter because you've already made the commitment?
I think we do want to do a letter.
Have you made the commitment in your budgets? If you have not, we can't include it.
Area A S107 has an allowance to support the Economic Action Partnership and this kind of allocation. S107 is the other 3. And looking at the current surplus being funded from year to year, I know they can accommodate.
We're not going to do budget commitments in this moment. It's a letter of support and you're already committed, or it's a letter of support.
Area A want S107 is committed, but I don't know about S108.
Go ahead, Vandenberg.
Letter of support.
Okay. Sorry, folks, this is what you do in advance. Okay, so it's just a letter of support for now?
S108. Pardon me, did you need to know that?
No, because we're not including the financial contribution. Director Jackman, as a director, can indicate a financial support through a letter as director. And you can do that outside the board. We all good? Lockwood, was it on this item? Okay, I'll come back to you. Are we clear on the letter of support? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So DeBoon, do you get that to Ange before end of day so I can sign it, okay? Same with the other one. We don't have that on file. Lockwood, over to you.
This is on 5.2.
Okay.
If they're looking for a letter of support, I suggest that they do it at this, because the funding, I think, is up April 11th, which will be before.
It's up to the Creston Valley. I believe this is coming from the Creston Valley group. So if you want a letter of support, move that motion now. Going once, Jackman.
So move, and by lunchtime, I guess we have to make sure we have a draft.
If that deadline is April 11th, you got a bit of time, just don't lose track because we don't chase these.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Lockwood. So it's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Vandenberg, you're just seconding. Okay, discussion. All those in favor?
Ange has something there for you first.
Oh, Ange.
Through the chair, I believe Christine was preparing letters.
Okay, great.
Because of the deadlines. So I'm just reaching out to her as well.
So anything you send to Boone, if you can include Christine on it.
I'm just gonna email our CAO.
Okay, great. So still on 5.2 letter of support, we're all good. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. So noting I'm signing 3 letters of support, 2 definitely today. Tracking that back, thanks. All right, we good? 6.1. This is a big day for Davidoff. Welcome. And I know we're going to give you some leniency. I know it's been a 7-year with a big gap in the middle process for you. So you did request 4 minutes to introduce this item. Handing it over to you.
So Chair, I will defer to staff introduction first, if staff is going to do that, and then I will make my summative comments after staff does the introduction.
I don't know that staff was doing that. If that wasn't planned, we're not.
Oh, if it's not planned, then I'm ready.
You go ahead.
Okay.
Stephanie's not here right now. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, we started this process in 2016. We did have the COVID gap, and in essence, had to redo and restart many parts of the process. Staff has done a very comprehensive report that you all have before you. We have addressed. We've had many meetings in every part of our community over the years, and also reviewing what is before you here today. In our public hearing process and in the in the last meetings that we had on the official community plan, there was a very large amount of feedback on the Castlegar to Nelson Active Transportation Corridor Vision Plan. And I've worked with staff to make sure that the plan has wording that very clearly states we are not looking at anything that is not fiscally viable or practicable. And there's no funding in any budgets right now associated with moving any concept forward. But I want to put on the record that Area I has been very supportive of active transportation corridor planning and implementation. In particular, we supported the rail trail from South Slocan to Slocan City. We supported the Trans-Canada Trail development, working together with Area E. We have, and also our recreation master plan for Castlegar I and J. The number one priority for outdoor recreation and for utilization are trail networks. So what is in the official community plan? We've adjusted the language to make sure it's clear, the fiscal viability and practicability. And also there is a concept document, one page in the plan that just shows one possibility, one concept, and that's all it is. We put out FAQs saying that anything that we have on active transportation in the plan does not commit the regional district to undertaking any initiatives. And so anything that would happen would require a separate approval process, including any costs to realize any proposed active transportation corridor. So I just wanted to address that first off. We also had staff has been awesome in addressing all constituency questions, and we actually delayed moving the plan forward to allow for more feedback and input, and staff has done a great job in putting everything together. So what you have in front of you, and I could go on for a long time, and I'm going to stop now, is a document that is overarching policy, goals, and the bylaws follow after this. This is not a joint visioning document and bylaw implementation document. We did that in 1996. We're not doing that this time. So all this document is it shows the vision after 9 years of work. And then the bylaw process will follow after this, where the public, our constituents, will have full voice on any bylaw that may flow from the OCP. So I want to thank staff for all the work they've done for 9 years. I want to thank the board for its patience with us throughout this process, and I would respectfully request the board to support Area I, our Area I OCP, and our new name, which could become official today, which is Sentinel Mountain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Do you want to move your first motion for third reading?
Yeah, I will move all motions as needed, Chair. So first one, yes. Oh, do you want me to read it? Just hang on a sec here. I'll wrap it up.
It's okay. You've moved the Sentinel Mountain Electoral Area I OCP Plan bylaw to a 21-2024 as amended is given third reading. You're good?
So yeah, I have them all in front of me here. I can read the rest. Yes. So number one, so moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, McFadden, not McLaren Co. Sorry, MM. Now we have a speakers list, so we'll go through the speakers and then we'll come back to you, Davidoff.
Okay.
Lockwood, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair to staff. I don't know. I just, after hearing a delegation and hearing that there's some restrictions in rural areas for zoning and stuff like that, was that looked at in this
Yes.
OCP? I know because it's been a long time but that's something new. So it's been implemented already in this OCP?
Stephanie, actually, in the question I asked her during the delegation, indicated that they are incorporating those recommendations in this OCP. Is that correct, Stephanie?
Through the chair, that is correct. However, the official community plan review process is not contemplating changes to the RDCK zoning bylaw 1675, which does cover electoral areas F, I, J, and K.
So the zoning bylaw is separate from the official community plan. We're currently doing the official community plan. So the zoning bylaw involves other areas. And at that time, they'll contemplate it. Okay, supplemental, go ahead.
I realize that, but
Okay.
is there something in this OCP that says that that's what the community of Area I wants to do to be able to trigger that in the zoning? I know that we've talked about it and it's gonna, but if there's nothing in that vision, and we've just gone through this and
Stephanie's in the room, Director Davidoff will have her answer.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stephanie. Has this been contemplated in the official community plan?
Through the chair, the way in which childcare was contemplated in the official community plan was through our engagement over the years. And what came out of that, what we heard was that there was support for incorporating childcare more into the community halls throughout the various communities in electoral area I.
So when we go back to Director Davidoff for a close, he'll probably fill in some of those gaps, but it has been considered in the visioning, which is what an OCP is. Okay, there'll be further considerations in the zoning aspect, which is the tangible on the ground land use regulations. Popoff, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A little bit on the lighter side. I would like to thank Director Davidoff for taking possession of Mount Sentinel, which part of it falls in Area H. Thank you, Director Davidoff.
You're welcome.
Further discussion on third reading of the official community plan. We will go back to you, Davidoff. Vandenberg, yes, don't be
Great,
shy.
thank you. So what I'm hearing is that the next step, there's some verbiage in here. So I take this as an opportunity to one day Area C / Area B, we'll be looking at updating, amending our OCP. But what I'm hearing is that this step here provides the guidance. The bylaws then put it in motion.
OCP is your vision? Zoning is your land use regulations.
And we have a lot of people that are online that
Yeah.
have commented. We've gotten a lot of information and email. Just want to be able to be clear that the bylaw portion of it is next. My concern would be with some phrases, our commitment to a greenhouse emission reduction targets. That is something in my mind that is moving and fluid and that sort of thing. And I hope that the bylaw picks up on that and our commitment to 100% renewable energy. I think that that is a great mission statement, but is it practical? We should be able to capture that in the bylaws. And the zero waste policy, I don't think that's practical. I don't think it's possible, but yet it's captured in the guideline document. So I just want to bring those comments forward that when I think about it in terms of Area C one day, I'm going to have that because it's important to impress upon the public where the intent is here. And I did hear that the commitment to the trail system bike lane is not a guarantee with RDCK that we'll be financing that. That is just a future vision that hopefully the community and investors and that sort of thing participate in. So to me, it was important to say these things in public today. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. David, off back to you. Do you want to just note the childcare considerations you wanted to add in there?
Yeah, Area I actually took the lead in the RDCK on and asking for a daycare study that we did, and we actually were looking at establishing a service, and we did a feasibility study to determine whether or not Area I should set up a Area I community hall daycare service, and this goes back before many of the new board members are here. We've worked very hard on that. We had the data that was presented today with our delegation or from our delegation was consistent with what we found, and we have moved forward. And unfortunately, we had one daycare at a community hall fully funded at $2.4 million. And unfortunately, the organization, the nonprofit, voted not to proceed. So we had that ready to go with the Brilliant Cultural Center. And we continued to look at the Terry's Community Hall daycare, and we had issues with the Agricultural Land Commission. So I can tell you a lot of things about how hard it is to do stuff, and we need to fix that. And again, thank you, Kelly, for making your comments. The OCP has aspirational goals, and we make that clear. The bylaws deal with the practicality and the fiscal viability part, and our budgets address that as well. So aspirational goals are great, but then you look at, can we do this? But having aspirational goals is something that are important as well. So I think with that, I close and respectfully request the board to support our Sentinel Mountain Electoral OCP.
Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. David, I don't see your hand up.
Oh, yes, I'm in favor. If I say report and oppose, we'd be in big trouble, I think.
Yeah. Anybody opposed? Opposed?
Yes.
All right. And the next one is for adoption of this OCP. Go ahead, David Opp.
Yeah, the Sentinel Mountain Electoral Area OCP bylaw 28121/2024 is hereby adopted, and further that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Jaboon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now you have two OCPs, so go ahead with the next one.
Yeah, so number 3 is that Kootenay Columbia River's official community plan amendment bylaw 2967/2024, being a bylaw to amend Kootenay Columbia River's official community plan bylaw number 1157/1996 is hereby given third reading.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, McFadden. Discussion. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? carried. And for adoption on that one, go ahead, Director Davidoff.
Yeah, number 4, exactly what I just read. Motion to adopt it, and further that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Second. Thank you, Jackman. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now your next one, I did get your amendment to number 6, so you can move 5 and 6 together, and I'll pop the new 6 into chat, okay? But
Perfect.
read it. Okay, go ahead.
Pardon?
Just, you can move 5 and 6 as one motion.
Yes.
And I have your amended number 6, and I'll pop it into chat so those online can see it.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair. So I move 5 and 6.
Yes.
The Regional District of Central Kootenay Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 2968/2024, being a bylaw to amend the RDCK zoning bylaw 1675/2004 is hereby given third reading. So that's the first one, and the second one is that RDCK zoning bylaw amendment number 2968/2020.
No, you're reading the wrong one. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got it. I got to grab the chat one then. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec here. Here we go. Just got to expand my. Okay. So here we go. So the second one is and the consideration, exactly. Thank you, Chair. And that consideration of adoption be withheld for RDCK zoning amendment bylaw number 2968/2024, being a bylaw to amend RDCK zoning bylaw 1675/2004 until the following item has been obtained. Approval from the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure pursuant to Section 52(3)(a) of the Transportation Act controlled access. So moved.
Thank you. We have a second. Okay, it's on the floor. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I will just remove a little bit of that redundancy from that recommendation because it was 2 separate at first.
Yeah, so that'll end up being one motion with the and further in there when you see it in the minutes, Director Davidoff.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm good with that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, one motion and discussion. Go ahead, Noel.
What access is being referred to in a bylaw? Like, I don't quite understand what ministry requires.
Oh, Stephanie, go ahead.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Through the chair, in accordance with the Transportation Act, the board members will recall when we have zoning bylaw amendments before adoption is contemplated, we need to seek approval under Section 52 of the Transportation Act and the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. And because this is also a zoning bylaw, we have to follow that same process in obtaining Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure approval. I just wanted to comment that we did refer the zoning bylaw and the official community plan to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, and they are supportive of the new official community plan and the zoning bylaw, so we don't foresee any issues obtaining approval. It's a required procedure.
Good.
Yeah, I thought it was for rezoning we needed it, but not to just have a thing that needs it in general. So thanks, yeah.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Stephanie, thank you very much for all of your work on this. And Sadie, I saw you come in the room and you're probably a part of that. Sadie and Stephanie are in the room, so we thank them on your behalf, Director Davidoff, and our behalf.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right. 10 after 10. Let's keep going until 10:30. Are we good? Land use bylaw area G. This is for adoption. Director Cunningham, do you have any questions before you move adoption?
No.
All right, go ahead.
The electoral area G land use amendment bylaw is 2986/25 being a bylaw to amend electoral area G land use bylaw number 2450/2018. Hereby adopted and further this year and appropriate to be authorized to sign.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And you got another one. Go ahead. You got your second one. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, yes. Again, that electoral area G90's amendment by the 2984-2025 being pilot amendment. Electoral area G90's by the 24/2/2018 hereby adopt further chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign. We did both hearings the same night, by the way. Was the power off? Staff,
We shouldn't speak on adoption.
Sorry.
Let's just finish
Yes.
it. But we just want to note you reversed the motion, so I think Anne just got that.
Sorry about that.
We just read 6.3 to 6.2.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. We got it. Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, and by all means, make your comment. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, yes. I'd like to really thank staff because the power was off for 12 hours in Martin that day. We were supposed to hold the two public hearings in community hall, but there was no power and so it was dark there. And on top of that, nothing electronic worked because the community hall has aluminum roof, etc. So we sat in the waiting area, the entrance area of the community hall, and had the two public hearings. When it was freezing cold, everybody was shivering. Our staff was heroic. They used their cell phones to be able to do the electronic part of the meeting. It was a very, very interesting, and I got to thank Zach especially for his heroic work and staff told us because it was well done. We were able to accomplish those amazing what you can do when you grope around in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're moving to next item, which is area F, 6.4, Scheffelmeyer. Go ahead, Director Newell.
Thank you. I would like to move option 2, which is adoption. So I will, just to let everyone catch up. This was last one.
Do you want to speak to it before you move adoption?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So last month, we referred, we delayed, we came back, and I moved third reading of the rezoning request. And so staff have continued with their recommendation of no further action. And I am moving that we do approve this rezoning of the lot into 2.4 hectare pieces of property with a large panhandle that does add to the gross size of the project. And in speaking with staff, the septic and what have you concerns will be, any concerns such as that will be addressed at the building permit stage where everything would have to be tickety-boo to go to move the project forward. So therefore, with that in mind, I would like to.
Do you want to hold on for a second just to see if there's questions?
Yeah.
Because once you move adoption, we don't discuss. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, I need to point out the recommendation history so far along, we go to third reading, there's no new information, there's comments here that Ministry of Transportation and Transit have been given approval, and this access is probably, that's where it's impactful to highways, road experts, as to whether or not it's an issue. I am not enthused, but sometimes we'll put a lot of our argument on what's practical and not in terms of usage of the land on serviceability of a lot. If we are not the experts, we still have this funny little clause in our subdivision bylaw about septic systems and the like, where we're not the experts, it's out of date, it's on the work plan, and may or may not happen by the time this electoral term ends, in my view, the way things are going. But I think the barriers that were there and the confusion that was there sounds like it has been removed. And staff comment here is not to be argumentative, of quotes, but simply to note that consistency with previous recommendations to the board on this matter, or just being consistent. So either we would step back to second reading, absorb new information, go through the whole process, or we trust that people who manage the roads have no problem with this. And the other big barrier, sort of septage and servicing, that's not really our bailiwick. So I do understand where Director Newell is going on this. And I would like us to not have barriers and influence in areas that maybe will negatively impact even the impression, can you develop land and provide additional housing in rural areas? Because I think that is important down the road. I've said before, I don't see the housing projections for at least one of our three major centers being met in the horizons that are stated, but I do see housing projections being assisted by this kind of subdivision.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any other questions before Newell moves to adoption? Looking good? Go ahead, Newell, you may move your motion now.
Thank you. This is option 2 in the staff report that the RDCK zoning amendment bylaw 2988/2024 being a bylaw to amend the RDCK zoning bylaw 1675/2004 is hereby adopted.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Lockwood. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. That passes. 6.5, sustainability establishment bylaw. This is for adoption. Again, if there's questions, let's do those in advance. Director Vandenberg, as the chair of that committee, do you have any questions or comments before you move the motion?
I do not, other than the comment that as per the notes, the term housing has been removed from that bylaw.
Thank you. Other folks have questions on this bylaw before we move? All right, go ahead, Director Vandenberg.
That the Community Sustainability Living Committee Establishment Bylaw number 2004/2025 be adopted, and the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Do we have a second? Thank you, DeBoon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 6.6, again, this is for adoption. Let's check for questions before we move the motion. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Yes, my question would be, within the bylaw itself under membership, is this where I'm able to talk about this?
Yeah.
Membership 5.A and 5.B do not support each other. My concern with 5.A is that, while it reads that 3 members must represent areas of the region to have minimal to no transit servicing currently, that doesn't say that they need to be rural residents. B does cover off the rural illustration of who they might be, but I think A needs to represent that they having no transit servicing currently does not say the rural members. And this is a bylaw that does affect mostly has an urban component to it and a rural component to it, and I want to make sure that the rural is reflected correctly.
Okay.
And the way I read A right now, it does not.
So we do have Paris and Dan online. What I want to note is if we're going to amend the bylaw, we will rescind third reading, and then we can make changes. So just noting that would be the process. So I'm just going to see if Paris or Dan have comment on that, and then I'll go to the rest of the speakers. Paris, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. No, our intent is to capture that it is intended for rural residents. So if the feeling is that it's not adequately done, then we can change the language to do so.
Let's hang on to that. I don't think there's a problem in rescinding third reading. Is that what we would do, Ange? Yeah, thanks. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, so this was my initial weekend read, and I forgot to send an email. We duplicated section 5 in the numbering,
okay,
which is why you heard Director Vandenberg say section 5A and B. If you scroll to the first A and B, you might say, what's he talking about? I meant to send this in to have it changed at least 24 hours on the merged agenda. I think we will need to rescind anyway because of a typo.
Okay. So why don't we rescind third reading? Okay. Vandenberg, you want to rescind third reading?
I would make that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ange, is that, you got that? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? And we just do that at this point, and then staff has direction on those edits. Paris, you're clear on the edits? I see a nod. Okay. So that's it for now. Okay, so I'm just going to make a note here. Rescind third. Although your notes are great there, Claire and Co. Okay, so that'll come back to us with the corrections, and it's kind of nice to see Jackman forgot to do something. So not a problem.
It's a crazy weekend, Chair. I went to notes and back in 2 days.
So let's do 6.7 and then we'll take our morning break because the one after that is our big one. We'll take 5 months getting to. 6.7, this is also community sustainability. Back to you, Vandenberg, as the new chair of that committee.
Thank you, Chair, that the community sustainable living service establishment bylaw number 3022 and 2025 be read for first, second, and third time content.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Weatherhead. So this is because Area K submitted request to, was actually when it was Director Peterson, and Director Weatherhead is following through on that. So Area K is being removed from the service. It is a 2-year process. Graham, go ahead.
Thank you. So through the chair, so do we know for the other participants in this service what the financial impact will be of Area K's departure?
We would know that next year.
Sorry?
We would know that for 2026 budget. That's why it's a 2-year process. And then we'll also have the other 2 that have made the request that the board will see. So it gets adjusted for the next year. That's why we don't have it immediately, because everybody would change. Correct? Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm so sorry, Dan. I do see you there. I assume you will speak. You'll unmute. You're good? Okay, thanks. All right, let's take our morning break and then we'll come back and do our budget.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, we are back. So here we are. This is I consider the biggest thing and most important thing we do. It's a 5-month process for my calculations. I counted 20 meetings I've attended since November. Our sub-regional services is where a lot of those start. And I think for the sub-regional services I'm in, which many rural areas have many of them, I had 10 meetings between November and February. And then of course we had our budget meeting at board, which again, we will never not have a second budget meeting. As you see all the additional motions today, we will always, moving forward, have that second budget meeting for board. And then Yev did a 10 meeting tour of the regional district. And by all means, speak to that when the floor is yours. I do want to note that we did hear a keen interest from directors to review how we do budget. It's always an organic process. We change it every year. Since I've been here, it's changed every year to reflect the previous year's considerations, how we did things. When Stuart started doing the budget roadshow, it was 20 meetings and we brought them all the way to Meadow Creek once, I think. Then we didn't go back again, but they were great. So I had mentioned in an email to the board, but I want to say this here just in case anybody missed it. Last month, we talked about the work plan and how do we get that work plan kind of double checked, what's still on there, what do we still want. The executive discussed that what we're going to roll into that work plan workshop is also how do we do budget? What's our service goals? So we'll plan that workshop in the next couple of months, hopefully before summer, in case summer is, not a great year again. And we'll be sitting down with everybody to talk about really what's our service delivery goal. And then from there, we move into what are we doing with our budgets. So I just wanted to let you know that it won't be as technical as something like the resource recovery efficiency study, which we did use to close some services down, but we're not going to get that technical with it. And I also wanted to mention that there were some questions around why wasn't there a motion to direct staff to be frugal with budgets? We don't need to make that staff direction. That is what they are tasked to do. So they've always done that from the beginning. When Stuart first came on as CFO, there was a lot of different things that were identified about how to increase efficiencies. That never stops. So we're always moving in the direction of how to improve how we do this. So I just wanted to note that is their direction as a constant. Local governments were not immune from the economic impacts. We're also not immune from the downloading. In fact, from what I've seen in the last 10 years, that has been the biggest thing that I struggle with, from fire to water to land use, where we're put in this position of having to do things, then going to the public and saying, do you want us to do this? Sorry, we don't have discretion. So that's a really tricky dance. And when we get into service delivery, that'll be something we really need to talk about, is how do we handle those things on top of the things the public want as servicing. So I just wanted to give kind of that overview, what the budget process has been, what we've heard, and how we're going to look at moving forward from there. Yeah, so that was pretty much just an intro from me. McFadden?
Thank you for the chair. Can we just make sure that process is captured, how other regional districts are doing it?
Sorry.
I think some of that, the LGLA, like a lot of the conversation I've had, and it might have been my miscommunication of why don't we do it like this? I've been said, well, regional districts can't, and then went to the LGLA and saw that other regional districts that are very similar to us are doing it that way. And so I'm sitting thinking, okay, I think there's a better way that we can do this for the public and for all of us.
Yep.
And the LGLA, looking at other regional districts that were very similar to ours, their demographics and their size and their spacing and all of that, very, very similar to ours, and have a really, really good budget process that I think would help staff and all the directors. So I would hope that we would be capturing some of those pieces. I think it already got sent to some of you, some of their methods that they're using, but yeah, and timing, making sure we're having this conversation early enough that we can actually switch our budget processing a bit. I think pushing it this late becomes very complicated, and we've switched ours to the city over 5 years, and it has been drastically different on our public and our council table. And there's other regional districts that have switched theirs too, where they're starting in November. and December, and they're done by January, most of all of these conversations. And so I think we can do it. We just have to start really, really early in what that might look like for next year. And it's so much better. And I have found, sorry, I'm talking a lot. I have found the trust with the public grow tremendously when we've switched it. And so I think it actually will make it easier on staff and all of our directors. That's all I said.
So I just wanted, Stuart's going to speak. He's already actually started that process. We won't talk so much about what we're going to do today. I just wanted to highlight capturing it. So yes, that was captured. Stuart, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I've been in contact with a couple of CAOs at regional districts who do start the draft of provisional budget for December. I argue on the similarities between the two. We do have a lot more complexities, especially with the regional district that was at LGLA in terms of how we operate and the different committees, commissions, and services we offer. But that being said, it's not something we can't try to tackle. Yeah.
So that'll be part of the work that's presented in the workshop to say, so here's what we know, this is what others are doing, let's talk about it. And I want us to hold that conversation for then. I didn't want us to not know that we've heard it and this is what we're gonna do about it, so. David Off and McLaren Co, can we not get into the workshop conversation? Do you have a question on the budget, David Off?
I just wanted to make one comment, and that is we have incredible pressure, as the chair has noted, from external or senior orders of government, from entities like Fire Underwriter Survey that tell us a fire truck is only good for so many years. And the key thing is we also get huge pressure from our constituents saying they want servicing, and we may end up recommending that we reduce services. So just wanted to state that for the record. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to initiate discussion here, but yes. McLaren Co, and then we're going to start the process.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just a quick addendum to what the Chair said. The other issue that we've talked about in executive is better communications about how to communicate the budget to the public. That's all I want to add. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so the process for what we have in front of us is you do see a bunch of motions that were added to the addenda. Staff did work diligently on this, and I hope they're taking this weekend off to recover from last weekend. So I'm going to go by service. So once we get through the general admin, I will pause. Are there other motions? Ideally, these have all been sent in. This is, again, I really want to reiterate, we do not normally do this at this late stage. So this is not our normal process, and generally we'd be good to go at this point. Doesn't mean we can't. So here we are, okay? And there are comments that we'll ask for staff to make on the proposed motions because we didn't have that second budget meeting. Normally you'd have we'd like to do this, here's the consideration. So I'm gonna ask staff to, on the first motion, and you'll see who submitted these. Thank you, Gordon and Vandenberg, for working out how to work together on your two motions. So Stuart, on the first motion, are there considerations with this?
So through the chair, I wonder if it'd be helpful if I read the motion, provided staff comment, and then to the extent someone wanted to move it, you could then put it on the floor for debate.
Yes, please go ahead.
So within general admin, the first motion that the 2025 draft financial plan for S100 general administration be amended to reduce employee health and safety to $20,000 and reduce requisition accordingly. The main staff comment on this one was that this would probably be the lowest we could go on this. The majority of our employee health and safety spending in general admin is related to our work alone program. So we've got staff that work alone at transfer stations. We've got staff that are on their own, sometimes cleaning rec centers. We use it for travel. So if someone's going over on their own to Creston, they'll call in right now to the Nelson Fire Department, call in their trip, and then they'll have a check-in on the other end. It's always lovely when people don't check in because we have a phone tree that usually ends up calling me at 11 o'clock at night saying that certain senior managers sitting on the bench over there have not checked in. And then in my pajamas, I drive over to Joe's house and find an RD car sitting in his driveway because he got home late and didn't call in from the cusp. As an anecdotal story.
There's way worse stories than that are legit.
So the city of Nelson has determined that they're no longer willing to provide that service, and they do it for quite a reasonable cost. So going external for that, we're going to have to use an online system, which will cost a minimum, we're thinking, of $15,000 to $20,000. So staff could probably work within this budget, but it would definitely be the lowest we could go.
So I'm going to go to the two that submitted this motion. Gordon, I'll start with you. Do you still want to move the motion during that consideration?
Yes, please.
And do you second Vandenberg as the other one?
I do, thank you.
Okay, so the motion is on the floor. We've heard the considerations. Questions? Newell, go ahead.
So, sorry, I'm S101.
Oh, yeah, 100. We're on S100.
Yeah, no, I had the wrong page from the previous thing that I got here, so I just, if I could just kind of second.
Yeah, and sorry, I should have mentioned that as we go through these, please pull up your budget sheet so that if you want to reference the line or the number, it's right in front of you. So we're on S100 right now.
Right, and could I clarify that that is line 51050? And
Yes.
And I see that the amount is 37,700, so removing 17,000.
That's what I recall, yeah.
Okay, so I'm speaking to the motion?
You're speaking to the motion, go ahead.
Yes, so I'll speak in opposition to any reduction in the health and safety, employee health and safety budget. On principle, I'm sure staff have really looked at this very carefully and do not pad the super important 10 years of being on this board, improving health and safety, ensuring employee health and safety, and hiring health and safety officers in fire everywhere. So I'll speak in opposition to that. But if staff had come and said, yeah, we can get by with 30, maybe, seeing that that's the bare minimum, I'm speaking in opposition to that.
Thank you. Vandenberg, I'm on the list.
Right, thank you. So the analysis that I did with any of these is, the only information I have is 3 years. So I just simply did a 3-year average. A 3-year average in this case is $5,300. That's what the 3-year average has been. And so that's a logic in my mind of this motion.
Thank you. We'll just note the 3-year average doesn't include that we've had a change to the provider, which is the consideration this year.
Correct.
Yeah. Graham,
Which
go
I'm
ahead.
not aware of.
Thank you. So I am a core internal safety auditor through the BC Construction Society, and 90% of employee health and safety is documentation from my experience in business. I'm going to speak in support of this motion, and because Stuart said that they could work with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Graff, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm also going to speak opposed. Having worked in a system where you had the working alone check-in and knowing the importance of that when someone actually goes off the road while traveling for work, I would rather that we err on having a little bit extra in the budget to make sure it's covered than exceeding the budget because it's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. I will speak. There's no one else on the list right now. I know Marblehead transfer station is one of the most commonly needing that check-in because it is 40 kilometers north of Casa with no cell service, and we have had to call the RCMP out to that site. So sometimes we need to recall that some of our sites are extremely remote and have zero other backup for them. So I know with the situations in Marblehead, the backup call-in setting is very important. I think if we weren't switching over, the 3-year average is a really nice approach. But given the switchover and needing to get in a new system, I will be opposed to this to make sure that we're not risking staff at this time. Popoff and DeBoon, sorry, I thought we were done. I would have waited. Popoff, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Speaking to the motion, my concern is employee health and safety. I have been on my former health and safety commission in my work life, and it is very important. So if we reduce it by $20,000 and we have to exceed it, what options do we have if something does happen? Because when you travel to our facilities in specifically in Area H, you're going all the way down to Edgewood, and the road conditions are not that great in the winter time. So do we have a backup if we reduce it by $20,000 and then we exceed it?
For the chair, like any other item, we'd have to find a small amount elsewhere in the budget or come to the board for a financial plan amendment.
You heard the answer?
That was really quick. I prefer if you slow down, Stuart, on that one. I didn't fully understand you.
Through the chair, we'd either have to find a small amount elsewhere in the S100 budget or come to the board for a financial plan amendment.
Okay, thank you.
DeBoon, then David off. And remember, we got a lot of these, so.
Okay, yeah, through the chair then, I think you answered one of my questions. And I would then recommend perhaps that we reduce it by $10,000 rather than 17.7 is my suggested amendment. But the other thing I would just like to ask, because it's employee health and safety, no matter what the budget is, we had some sort of crisis that was very expensive. We would still meet those expenses, but then have to do a financial plan amendment. So my concern is that we're not endangering employees by this. And that's, to me, that's the bottom line.
So are you moving an amendment to change it to,
reduce it by 10,000 rather than 17.7.
is there a second on that amendment? Thank you. The amendment's on the floor for 10,000. Okay, we'll stick to the speakers list. David, off, you're next.
Yes, my questions were Director Popoff and Director DeBoon asked the questions I was going to ask on health and safety. I mean, if we need to spend money, we'll spend it, and I support the reduction. I support the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. On the amendment. Seeing none, we'll vote on the amendment then. All those in favor? Anybody opposed to the amendment? Not seeing any. The motion as amended. All those in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Keith, Paige recorded opposed?
No.
Okay.
Sure.
Yes.
So through the chair, that was a little bit clunky because I read the motion and nobody moved it. And you're amending a motion that wasn't on the floor. So might I suggest that in the
They moved it. Gordon moved it. Banner seconded it.
Because I could suggest that after the discussion on the motion, someone could just move the motion or move it with an amended amount, which might be a little bit more efficient because that took 14 minutes.
Okay. Doing our best. So still in general admin, S100, if you've got your sheets open, do you want to speak to the impacts?
Yeah, so through the chair, this is line item 52020, education and training. That the 2025 draft financial plan for S100 general administration be amended to reduce education and training to $50,000 and reduce requisition accordingly. Education and training has been something that, particularly since the pandemic, we have definitely struggled with getting staff participation in. We have an education and training guideline that outlines the purpose of training when you can attend a training session. It has to relate to your role or a role that has been identified to grow into. So it's not just something staff can go on and take whatever they want, whenever they want. Our calculation for it is based on basically a 60% of industry standards. So industry standards are kind of 3 to 5% of your salary gets allocated to an education and training budget. We're in the 1 to 3% range, depending on your position. And that's what gets put into these budgets. Admittedly, we have not used these budgets over the last number of years, and it's pretty consistent across most services that don't have regulatory training where you're mandated to take it in order to keep your certifications or something like that. So really, it is something where we're working on encouraging staff to take that training. That being said, I do see it being warranted that a reduction in the budget should probably be made for definitely for 2025. We are working on how we plan our education and training schedules. So I'm trying to see how much of this we can get on the books and get booked before you even look at approving the budget. So we can get a number in there that we know we can meet, as opposed to throwing something in there where we're going to come in at 25% of the amount like we did last year. So while I think 50,000 might be a little bit low based on what I've heard people are planning, I prefer something in the $60,000 to $70,000 range. We could definitely look at that, and I completely understand why this line item was looked at.
So with that explanation, again, I'm going to go to the directors who put this forward. I'm going to go Director Gordon. Do you want to move this motion? Yes. And Vandenberg, do you want to second it?
I will.
Thank you. So the motion is on the floor, and then we'll open it up for discussion. Jackman?
So kind of a general point on these, because we just heard that training uptake has been low. This would reduce 1 year, one time. And then if we don't adjust or have some kind of a thought around what's going to happen the next 4 years, to be a jump back up again. And in spite of this line item, we're looking at a projected huge jump into 2026 anyway. So as we're making these recommendations, should we be asking staff to, amend the future year projections. Because sometimes you look at budgets and it just makes no sense, 50 and then 120. Why is that? Well, because we had a fulsome discussion, we cut it for 1 year, and we didn't think about the future. And that makes next year's conversation harder. And 2 years from now, worse yet, because you may have a new board.
Go ahead.
So through the chair, for most operating line items in our 5-year plan, we do have an inflationary calculation that we add to it, subject to either staff mentioning that there's a one-off that should be considered or something that would change the 5-year plan. What we would do is we put this 50,000, for example, in this plan, and it would be increased by that CPI calculation. So we would work off our process as opposed to doing the jump. So you wouldn't be required to amend the 26 to 29 plan. We would work on our process internally, which would be the $50,000, and then we increase it by inflation for 2026.
As long as we all know that.
I mean, it's a really good note because in most operational needs, we will, if we reduce this year, have to pick up that reduction plus the usual for the following year. So it is a good guideline and we'll keep remembering that for each one. Cunningham as well, motions on the floor. So let's focus on the motion. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Just want to point out, I appreciate the comments. I'm hoping that staff will take advantage of this going forward and maybe this conversation will drive that. But my 3-year average on 22, 23, and 24 was 26,000. What the average is. The ask is 100 and almost 12,000. That's what caught my attention here. And I do support the motion as it's written. And I do understand that I hope that staff takes advantage of this going forward.
Thank you. I believe there were considerations about what was actually needing to be done this year. Is that?
Yeah, through the chair, I actually flagged this about 6 months ago, and Yevon Joe can speak to that as well, that we weren't using our training budgets. And I kind of predicted the board would go after our training budgets. So this is all, call me clairvoyant, but it's happening exactly the way that I expected it to. So in my mind, through the chair, if the 50,000 isn't used, I'll be quite surprised.
Lockwood, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to staff, I'm wondering, we have education and training in every single department. Are we as a regional district allowed to make, I'll call it a reserve of education and training, that if we don't use it in whatever department, that it goes into that, and instead of it having to go towards, because maybe 1 year we have more training in recreation, maybe 1 year we have more training in administration or whatever, are we able to pull out of doing one reserve for education?
Through the chair, no, because that would be transferring money between services.
Regional districts cannot transfer between services.
I was just trying to think of how we can make a reserve.
Yeah, no, it's creative. We're limited that way. Lockwood Page.
Yeah, I'm opposed to it. I know because we have the line items, it gets us into a space where, especially coming after COVID, which is a very different time, we're making these comparators back 3 years and kind of drawing from a win test from the spreadsheets from the past. But the majority of when these monies are not being spent, they're showing up in our prior year surplus. So we have a relationship of nearly $1 million going into our prior year surplus and the requisition. And the unintended consequence that I see is when we have our staff, when we have our allocation, when we're looking to ensure that there's cross-pollination and cross-training between staff so that multiple roles can be served correctly, that staff operationally have the wiggle room to ensure that our workforce is most effective and most able to accomplish things. Inducing additional amendments to the financial plan for 10,000 here or 10,000 there. I'm more concerned about what general admin, rural admin, resource recovery services, community services are doing in terms of what they're trying to deliver than I am about should the relationship between the number of staff and FTEs be this many percent for health and safety or that many percent for training. The money at the end of the day will end up in our prior year surplus. And if that relationship between requisition and surplus on an ongoing basis is out of whack, I would like to see us focus that in for future years. And it's certainly not money that's getting flitted away. I just don't want to end up in a situation where in the search for where we can shave a little bit of the fat here and there, that we're then inducing, much like we have with the numerous number of meetings we're scheduling for different opportunities to talk about different pockets, that we're not inducing a bunch of administrative work to add the fat back in where we need to. And I think if we need to talk about general admin or rural admin or what the work plan looks like or what that relationship between staff and work is, there's an element here of set the direction, invest in our staff, make sure there's cross training so we have succession management going on, and make sure that our service levels are aligned with what our taxation can support. So I'm opposed to this approach on these ones.
Okay, thanks. So can we be a little more concise in our conversation? We have another 20 of these to get through, and more speakers the more we speak. Can you add Newell for the first time, Jackman for the second? If he's lucky, Cunningham, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Yes, and I think we should, when we look at these things, we have to be very, very careful. We've already spoken about the fact that if we use reserves this year, that means that next year's budget, assuming we have the same kinds of things, will be short. And we will be short by the amount that we boosted the reserve this year, as well as the normal amount to come back to average. And then further, since I'm not running next year, I will say this, and I think you're all well aware of it. It's funny how always we seem to be stuck in the thing where the year before the election, this one, we're chopping everything down to the minimum. And then next year, when it counts to how your reputation is going into the election, we'll have to boost it if we just decide to use all the reserves right now. I think I really like, personally, an approach that doesn't look at 1 year versus 2 years. We do have 5-year plans. We should be thinking about doing things for 5 years rather than just 1 year. And when it comes to this year's thing, we shouldn't have to be nickel and diming it to get down to where we are. We should already be doing a smooth flow. That said, I should point out that COVID threw a big mess into everything. We've got reserves. We shouldn't have had reserves and things like that. And we are almost like starting over with a new regional district. I can understand the difficulty, but I still think we need to think in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Popoff, Davidoff, Newell, Jackman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think most of everything has been said. I just wanted to clarify, and I think it was mentioned before that we can't go across services. So this training is only for general admin staff?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so further on that is when you look at it, we only spent around $25,000 last year. Now we're doubling it for this year. And I would support a reduction on this, but also take in consideration what our general admin staff does and how they respond to our constituents has a reflection on the directors. So I would support, having fully trained staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Davidoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I work in another sector, and professional development is really, really important. But what we found is because of where we live, you can register for a $200 conference, but incur a $1,500 bill getting there, staying there, coming back, getting flight cancellations. And are we looking? I'm asking, I guess, through the chair to the CAO at more utilization of online conferences and training, because it is very efficient. And the key thing is that you're not incurring those huge travel and accommodation and other costs as a result of flight cancellations and stuff like that. So is that what we're looking at in terms of how we're looking at professional development for our staff?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Newell.
I don't think 50 is the right number. Support a reduction. I don't want to spend the whole day adding 10, no disrespect, Arnie, here or there. It could be a long day, but the RD does not overtrain. I know this for a fact. I know people who've shifted jobs, different employers, and have said, wow, I went to this employer and, the way they supported my professional development was impressive. So I caution us when we're go through these lists of things that are employee related, that we've got a responsibility to our organization. We have a responsibility to the region, to our taxpayers, and we run this organization. And we have to, I don't mean to lecture you, I'm very concerned about the list of cuts that we're having here. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Jackman, go ahead.
Appreciate, because I'd have brought this up in the next one regardless. So, two general points. I agree, cross-training and matrix management is extremely important. I would think that the individual departments should be identifying their vulnerabilities where they would like in their training budget some additional capacity to say reach into fire services, land development, whatever, to say those people, if they knew a bit about this, would be our backup. And that would be a functional line management decision to reach across to the matrix. And it doesn't have to be in general admin because they can cover everything. The second point is prior year surplus is not understood. Some people think that's slack money. You can't view it as money not needed for a particular year. More often than not, it's money obligations not met in 1 year. Either we received a grant for multi-year process or project, or we had slippage in our schedule. We didn't get it done in 2024, so a third of the money bleeds to next. And I've asked time and again, sitting here I see, split those so we can have a better understanding of how much unused money is rambling around in our budget versus how many obligations were not met as a separate line.
Graham.
Already, okay, so thank you. So through the chair, like, am I the only one at this table that is realizing what's happening south of the border and the impact that it's gonna have on the taxpayers and the people that are allowed to lose their jobs? Like, my business group yesterday just sat around and we all talked about the people that are not getting their jobs back this year. They're all good people, they've got mortgages, they've got families, and they're not coming back to work because of the slowdown in the residential side of construction. So it's not like they're not gonna get education and training, they're not gonna have jobs, period. These people are gonna have to pay taxes, and we need to find ways to cut this taxes this year for them. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, that's everybody on the speakers list.
All
those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, those opposed. 1. I'm looking online now.
In favor online.
Yeah, there's only 1 opposed. Okay, that passed. Thank you. The next one is, you didn't have any notes on this one?
No.
Okay, so the next one is my motion, so I'm gonna speak to it. When I was going through the budget and looking for, because we know you are not the only director at this table aware of the current financial situation we're in. Looking at where our expenses are and where we could cut that would make a difference to the budget, I really needed to focus on the big items because most of what we've done is maybe half a penny to the resident. So I was focused on the big items. When it comes to big items for directors, conferences, as we noted, are very expensive for us. We've never had a conference policy that says how many conferences can we go to, what's the limit, what happens if you cancel and there's a cost incurred. So because of where we're at in the budget season, LGLA has already occurred, EA has already occurred, AKBLG has already registered for, FCM's happening right now. You'll see motions further down that address those that we could cut based on registrations, but I could not move a motion to cut the budget without incurring costs on cancellation fees. So the motion I created was in conjunction with Mike and the executive to put a policy in place that sets limits on our conference attendance. Such as, and this will come back to the board to really get down to the nitty gritty of what do we want to do? Is it half a year? Which ones are we going to? How do we deal with cancellations that cost the board? So that's the point of this motion. We kept it in the budget portion because this will affect the budget. Future ones, and then you'll see again motions down the road today that address what we can cut this year. So I'm going to read it. That staff be directed to prepare a draft director attendance at conferences policy for board consideration, which includes the following elements: limiting overall number of directors who are funded by the RDCK to attend, establishing a fair and equitable process for selecting directors to attend, and establishing criteria and requirements for directors to reimburse the RDCK for non-refundable expenses incurred when a cancellation occurs without an emergency reason. I'm moving that motion. Do I have a second? Thank you. Discussion. So, and you got David off and Pop off online. Newell, DeBoon, and Cunningham. Okay, Lockwood, Newell, DeBoon, Cunningham. If you're in favor, let's not belabor it. Go ahead.
This is nothing about in favor or not in favor. I'm just wondering, we have been asking for this policy for a couple of years. It's been on a work plan of developing something to do with conferences and including FCM representatives. I'm wondering how, does this finally get it going? Does it, because it got pushed off the work plan?
There was no motion recorded for conferences. There was a motion recorded to address FCM appointments specifically.
Okay, thank you.
So that's why this is being put in place. Okay. Mike did that research.
Thank you.
David Off.
Oh, I thought.
You're on the list.
I thought you called me personally.
Okay, sorry. Then David Off.
No, I just thought you might have forgot me.
David Off, go.
Okay.
Sorry, David Off, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You're done with Newell there? Okay.
No, we'll go back.
Sorry.
We're good.
Sorry, Tom. So I see some motions coming up, some in general admin, some in rural admin, and these have to do with directors' expenses to conferences and other things. So I kind of have a question to the CFO, to the chair, that may help me with addressing all of these motions. Could I ask that now, Chair?
Ask it now, yep.
Okay, thank you. So I have been asked the question. People that have, that reviewed our SOFI statement, saying, how is it that when they look at full-time directors' expenses, which includes everything, I guess, that the range is from $47 a year to $17,535 a year for directors' expenses. And my question is, through the chair to the CFO, when the SOFI report is made, does that include all directors' expenses, including mileage, accommodation, conference expenses, everything else? So the $186,911 that was spent on expenses by directors and alternate directors, what does that number include, and how do we just maybe make a motion to reduce those expenses by looking at different options and things like that? But what does that 186 include? The last SOFI statement we have is from 2023, because we don't have the 2024 one yet, because that'll come out in June. So what does that include?
So David, I'm just noting, you're not on the motion. I'll ask the CFO to answer this question, but then we'll hold the rest of the SOFI questions for when we get that report. Go ahead, yeah.
Yes, through the chair, includes all those items: travel, conferences, any payments to directors are included in that SOFI report.
Includes all expenses, David, off for directors.
Right. So then it is relevant to this motion, because we're looking at reducing conference expenses, which is included in total director expenses. However, the total director expenses are split between general, our general admin budget, yes, and our rural admin budget. And how do I, and I'm trying to figure out how to reduce our total expenses by looking at things like having more online meetings, attending things, just like I said, with the Pro D expense. And it is an anomaly that the full-time director's expenses, $47 for the whole year, and someone else at $17,535. And the questions that I've received is, how can that be? So I guess when we're looking at reducing expenses, could we do a global motion saying that we're asking staff to review our total expenses and how we could reduce our total?
So Dr. David Opp, I'm going to interrupt you because we already did. By all means, we can do a global motion. We currently have a motion on the floor. Staff have already included motions in the addenda that identify where can we cut today. And so those are in here for conferences, for rural admin, for other things, and rural allowance. So those are what we can do today is in here. What we can do in the future is what this policy will help guide.
Okay, so then I could do a director's motion to ask staff to review all director's expenses, like in preparation for the next budget.
You certainly can, but not right now. Go ahead, Stuart.
Through the chair, just to direct Davidoff, I think that the motion around conferences would cover the majority of expenses related to directors. Really, the biggest piece other than that would be the monthly board meetings for accommodation and mileage. But conferences is the vast majority of the director expenses.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you. Newell, over to you.
Thank you. Could I get an understanding of what's generally included in the full education and training proposed $169,000 budget in the draft?
So you're
Like,
not
what
on the
would be-
motion right now?
Well, it's to reduce the training by 81,000.
No, we're on the conferences motion for directors.
I thought we passed that.
No, we're on number 3 in the addenda. I just read the motions. So it's a policy to direct how we attend conferences.
No, I have no comment.
Okay.
We'll comment when the policy comes forward and stuff.
Yeah, then
Yeah,
you're
then
in
we'll
favor
have
of
our
creating a
voice, so-
policy. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
DeBoon.
Thank you. This addresses your second point, which is establishing a fair and equitable process for selecting directors to attend conferences each year. My question is, some of us wear two hats, as in McFadden and myself and others, and is there any agreement with municipalities? Because I know that some of my conferences have been funded here, that there's also a desire for me to attend municipally. So do we have any policy, cross policy? And if not, I guess that, I hope this addresses it, so.
Through the chair, I might have to ask again on this one. I think that we pay 100% of UBCM and FCM for municipal directors. Is that correct?
Through the chair,
Yeah. So I know that the town, City of Nelson City, Castlegar book their own travel for that, but then we're invoiced for our city director.
So this policy doesn't contemplate changing that, just the limits in which we will fund per year.
As long as there is a workable agreement.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I was just curious because if there isn't, there should be.
Okay. Popoff. Go ahead, Director Popoff.
Well, thank you. I didn't understand what you said, but anyways, I agree with this motion. The question that I have is a policy will have to be developed. We can have a future discussion on this, but it will not impact the 2025 budget. Is that correct?
Not this motion, but if you read the addenda, there are other motions where we are reducing based on registrations for this year.
I'm aware of that. Thank you.
Okay. That's it for the speakers list. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay. Before we move into the rule administration budget, I will ask if there are other motions on general admin at this time. All right, moving into rule administration. Stuart, I'm going to get you to speak to this one, please. This is number 4.
Sure. That the draft 2025 financial plan for Service 101 Rural Administration be amended to reduce education and training by $81,973 and decrease requisitions line by the same. So this line item is currently at $169,473. The vast majority of that, $141,500, is related to UBCM grant funded fire training. So to the extent that we reduced anything below the 141, we're now in a situation where we're probably returning grant funds to UBCM and not completing that training program.
So this is not actual taxation, this is grant funding that's come in.
141 of the 169 is grant funding. So there's about $28,000 in training that's related to bylaw and regional fire services that's in this budget.
So if we go forward with this, we're returning grant funding, we're not reducing requisition. Vandenberg, over to you.
Great, thank you. This information that Stuart just provided did come to me after crafted this motion. I would like to withdraw this motion.
Okay, so we'll just not move it.
Explanation.
Thank you. All right, next one is, this is where we have been able to reduce based on registrations. Do you want to say anything to this one, Stuart?
Through the chair, no.
So this is where we did, I did ask staff to do the numbers on this, and they actually suggested it because I originally had a motion that said just take half of it, but again, we would have cancellation fees. So I'll move the motion that the 2025 to 2029 draft financial plan for S101 Rural Administration be amended to reduce director conference expenses by $4,000 to account for some directors not attending AKBLG and reduce requisition accordingly.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed?
Thanks, right.
Oh, sorry, Hannah Graff. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just wondering, I can't quite seem to find where to say this, because it's not about who goes or why. But I remember my first year here, because of prior plans, I didn't go to FCM or UBCM. And when I brought it up, it was, oh no, we budget for everyone going. Even though everyone knew I wasn't going to go to either one of those, and the same is true this year. And I remember Director Cunningham raising the same issue, that he knew, early on that he wouldn't be attending. So why are we budgeting for people who are clearly not going to go? And we know it when we're giving the list of who can attend.
So go ahead, Stuart. Stuart's already contemplated how we do this differently.
Yeah, through the chair, we actually, over the years, we've kind of come to an average of around half the board going to FCM. So the conference budget doesn't budget for everybody going to FCM, because we've realized over the years that just doesn't occur. With UBCM, we do tend to budget closer to everyone going, because at most there's one or two directors who don't go. For AKBLG, we've taken the opportunity this year based on actual registrations to reduce the budget, because we know who's going and who's not.
Okay, so then it's probably my misunderstanding that when you list everyone who's eligible to attend, that's not what's budgeted for. It's just
the chair, not necessarily. No, we do take a look at what actually gets used. Yeah.
Great.
And part of that is the registration, like UBCM hotel blocks open up a good 8 months before we have to even be there. And so that's part of staff just getting an idea of like, we need to give permission for people to go. In that process, you tend to see people being like, I can't make it. Sorry, I'm not going to go. But they still had to hold the hotels. So that's what the policy is going to help us identify, to be more specific with what we're doing. And then when we budget, we can stick to those specifics. Does that help?
Yeah, that does. Thank you.
Okay. Where are we? Okay, we're on a motion. I lost track there. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yeah, go ahead, Lockwood.
So I don't know where this would fit, but we had a discussion last year about two representatives for FCM. And
can we put that in the FCM motion that's in this agenda? And before we move that motion, we can talk about FCM.
Is that where, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, it's on the agenda, so
okay.
Save your question for that one. Thank you. So we are on number 6 in the agenda. This is again one where we're able to determine what we could reduce. So I will move that the 2025 to 2029 draft financial plan for rural administration S101 be amended to reduce director expenses by $11,000 to eliminate the rural allowance for electoral area directors and reduce requisition accordingly. I do apologize to my rural directors. I did not consult with you before this one, but this is similar to our education and Pro-D program, and we reduced it to half last year, and we are still not using it to its total. So my suggestion is we remove it altogether, but if someone wants to second it, we'll discuss it. Okay, motion's on the floor. Discussion. I've got Weatherhead, Page, Cunningham, Jackman. Weatherhead, go ahead.
I'm just, if that is line item S1550, that's a 0.
I think you want 6.
That one says travel.
Yeah.
Sorry, Stuart's just looking it up.
Through the chair, it's 51560 directors travel.
Oh, it's travel.
The motion's wrong.
The motion is not.
It's directors. Yes. The motion is wrong.
It's director's travel?
Yeah.
But it is the allowance?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where we have it. Okay.
So
supplemental.
My question is that on travel, then that's not including just travel from pro here.
It would actually include the expenses of whatever you're doing as a Pro-D.
Yeah.
So like we might go to the rural health conference. We might go to like you might do a course. I did an indigenous learning course for 250. So it's going to include, I think it was the last term, included some Pro-D funding because there were other conferences. It's like the rural conference, I think, is what initiated this. And not everybody wanted to go, but we wanted to put aside some funding so for those that wanted to go could. So that's what the rural allowance is. It's housed under travel. So this motion is only to remove the rural allowance, not travel expenses associated with other things. Where we have approval. We don't fund your travel to a community meeting, but if you're going to an RD meeting or conference, that's what you're funded for. Yeah, I know you know that. Paige, you're on the list, Cunningham.
That was my point.
Okay, thanks. Cunningham, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, this $11,000, was that the one where it was directed funds? For example, if I wanted to go to a truck loggers conference in Kelowna, I can use these funds?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to point out that and they used to be cumulative under in previous budgets where I could save my $1,000 for 2 or 3 years and spend it on something that was a little bit more expensive. Then I think it was last year that we said, no, each year's got to be separate. But in any case, I have never use these funds because I think it's more important that I go to, say, FCM, UBCM, and AKPLC. And I know, and if we intend to cut those programs, I would still want to go to some of those things, regardless of what the board policy is. And I hate to say it, even if I have to fund it myself, because it will be my last 2 conferences at FCM, and FCM has been, because I go to FCM, I've been able to help out the people of Weimer, for example, to the tune of $1.2 million. And just because I found out about the best way to apply for grants and when and spoke to them. I do a lot of work at the conferences and I don't want to see them cut. I many times in my monthly paper have said, well, I just came back from UBCM, FCM, whatever, and I spent $5,000 of your money. But as a result, we now got funding for a new water tank or a new water treatment plant or whatever. And then the question generally is, it worthwhile? And my people have always said, yes, it is worthwhile.
So just to be clear, this is the rural allowance. You're in favor of not doing that, but you're in favor of continuing conferences.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that if with regard to the previous motion, which says, well, we're going to see who decides to go to FCM.
Right.
Then if I don't get caught, if we think, well, half the board goes each year.
So on this motion, do you have a comment regarding rural allowance?
Yeah, I would like to see it left there or something. Okay. I don't mind it being cut, but I want to be able to use it when it's necessary. And I haven't been using it for good reason.
Okay. Jackman?
Yep, thank you. So I'll give a specific example of something where I feel there's inequity. I've talked to Ms. Kofi, Councillor Forest Industries, where every mayor gets an invitation where they get 1 free hotel room and conference fees waived, and every rural director gets, exactly nothing unless they happen to be a board chair. So I have used this to get the Kofi because I have, by default, where the chair either was a chair who was a mayor and already had access to the discount, I used that access, or the chair was a rural director, one of my colleagues was rural director, could not go and I went in their place, taking advantage of 1 free hotel room and waiving conference fees. So all I had to cover was airfare, second night at the hotel, whatever. That's an example to leave a little bit of money in our rural pot for those kinds of things. I highly regret I'm unable to get the Kofi this year. April 3rd, Crescent Valley Services Committee is one of my core commitments to my colleagues. I'm going to make that. And Kofi this year will be more dynamic than it's been in the last couple of years. I think it's in Prince George. Not easy to get there. But there's an example, a hard example as to where rural directors maybe should have a fund. It doesn't mean you automatically get to, voluntarily say, I want to go to this and that. But there's something there to recognize we have severe limitations on having representation at some of these very important events. And I went the first time, happily saw 5 of my West Kootenay boundary colleagues who were supported by their board to go to Kofi. Because guess where the trees have cut? Not in the villages, the cities. I haven't seen East Kootenay there, so we need to leave something. I don't know what the number is, 5,000.
Okay, thanks. And noting for Kofi, I've never gone. I've always said, hand it over to you. But I get your point. It's not enough because it doesn't cover everything. Just wanted the board to be reminded of that. I've appreciated you being able to go. Pop off, then David off.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I did use this fund maybe once or twice during my term since it was established, and it came in handy. But the question that I have is generally, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we accumulated during our term in office every 4 years, and it's there. So I presume some of us directors that haven't used it during our last election, we have a reserve in there, so we can use that if we eliminate any further addition to the fund?
We did change that.
The chair, I think you did change that, where not only did you eliminate the reserve at the end of the last term, but you also said that it wouldn't accumulate. It was year to year.
Yeah, we no longer accumulate it, and we did not develop a reserve for it.
Okay, so in other words, we passed this motion right now, we have zero in reserve or whatever, and we don't attend conferences, or we don't get subsidized by attending conferences. Is that correct?
Just clarifying, this is not the usual conferences like FCM, AKBLG. This is only those conferences not already approved by the board that we attend. These are the auxiliary extras, ones that we don't put through the board.
Thank you, I fully understand that.
Okay. David off. You're muted, David off. There you go.
Thank you, Chair. And just following up on what Director Popov says, like if we wanted a board member to attend a COFI conference, for example, the board can pass a resolution to basically to support the attendance of a board member at a particular conference with stipend and expenses. Do we still, I guess question to the CAO, do we still have that ability if we wanted to do that as a board?
Through the chair, yeah, we would just have to make sure we identify where that budget's coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Newell?
I'd like to move an amendment, then I'd like to move that be amended to reduce the director's expenses.
Travel. It's travel, sorry. It's under
travel, sorry.
Yeah.
By reduce, so this isn't giving the total, so this is reducing it by $6,000.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, so that amendment is changing the 11,000 to 6,000. Correct, Newell?
The 5. So we're leaving 5 in, right?
Okay, yeah. On the amendment, do we need more discussion? All those in favor of the amendment? I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those opposed? I'm gonna be opposed to it. But I lose, thank you. Motion passed. Oh, sorry, that's the amendment. All those in favor of the motion as amended? Anybody opposed? I will be, but I don't need to be recorded. Okay. Keep going. GIS, we are on S. Sorry, is there anything else under rule admin that directors are going to move a motion for? Once we're done this service, we move on. Yes, we did. Okay, not seeing any. GIS, we are now in GIS. Gordon Benberg, this is your motion. Stuart, do you have notes on this one?
Through the chair, yeah. The 2025 draft financial plan for Service 102 GIS, we amended to reduce education and training to $4,000 and reduce requisition accordingly. Upon talking with GIS staff, this is actually the one education and training budget that's contemplated to be fully subscribed this year. We've got 3 or 4 staff that are headed off to ESRI training, pretty intense ESRI training in line with our strategic planning process around GIS. So this one is right now looking like it's going to be around just over $10,000. And I think it's in the budget at 10.5 right now.
So with that information, do you still want to move the motion? I'll remove it. I'll remove it. Okay, over to you, Vandenberg.
I will not second it in light of the next motion.
It's not being moved at all, so we're just ensuring you're in concurrence with that.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that one's done. The next one, Director Graham, but go ahead.
The 2025 draft financial plan for Service 102 GIS be amended to increase transfer from reserves by $9,666 and reduce requisition in the amount of $9,666. Staff has no comment on this one or concern.
This one is when, and I'll go to you, Graham. This is one where we're going to pick that up next year. So it is an operational expense that would be incurred in the following year. So this is where when we're using reserves, we do have to be aware of that. Over to you, Graham.
Thank you. So like I have a very hard time explaining to my residents why the RDCK operates a MAP system that has a $726,000 annual operating budget. Some of the features in it, like looking at old pictures, are nice, but they're really not needed. And some residents think other mapping systems offer a lot of the same features. We have a healthy $125,000 in reserves in this service. And the service is requesting a 3% increase, which is $9,666 on taxation. This is less than 10% of what's in the reserves. It's a small amount, but I think it sends a strong message to taxpayers that we're looking at everything, and that is why I have made the motion.
Is there a second? Lockwood, okay. You put me on the list. Paige, go ahead.
As I had said in the previous meeting, I am in support of reviewing the reserve policies in general, specifically looking at asset management and what future forecasting looks like in terms of what we need to replace, especially when we're dealing with servers, licensing, and all the accoutrement that go with that. Obviously, geospatial information is critical in a modern organization when we're dealing with land use planning and utilities and infrastructure specifically. So I think it's far more important that we look at this on a service by service, reserve by reserve basis and develop what our asset management information needs to say in terms of contributions. So I will speak against making these adjustments based simply on the numbers until we have some more meat on the bones, knowing that we can reduce contributions in future years if necessary. And also knowing that predominantly we keep finding out we are not providing sufficient reserves to deal with our obligations.
Thank you. Others on the list before I speak? So you're going to be in opposition to this motion. I do want to note that the GIS system is absolutely critical in emergencies. This is how our fire systems respond. This is how dispatch knows where to go when we need to do evacuations. This is the mapping system that works with the provincial the EMCC office to determine where evacuations go. It is also where you find out if you have a point of diversion on your water system, what kind of land use you're using. The note that I had made in the past and that this board has made in the past is that the biggest user of this system is actually real estate agents and those looking at land in the coupes. It's actually quite an economic development tool. And we had discussed in the past the ability to charge for services without necessarily charging those who are using it that are the general public. So if this is a business using it, how can we start implementing more fees involved with how much this system is used? So knowing that GIS is actually going through, it's not quite a service review, that's actually a legislative term, but it is doing an overview on how the system works and how we can improve it. I'm expecting that we're going to be looking at other ways to increase income into the service based on how much it is used. I also know it's being integrated with things like our CWRPPs and being able to identify those high-risk areas, floodplain mapping. This is absolutely a critical tool in emergencies. When it comes to the reserve, the infrastructure itself, this is data. This is data on mainframes. And with the LiDAR, that was what, 3.3 tetrabytes of information that we needed to hold somewhere. So while it not physically looks like a big thing when we pull it up on our computer, it is heavily asset-based in terms of data. So I'm not in favor of pulling from reserves until we have an asset management plan that identifies exactly what's needed. Sorry, I'm not in favor of pulling from reserves to reduce taxation without understanding the implications of the asset requirements. And when we know that this is not a one-time cost that will not be required next year, which means any increases are going to include what we supplemented with reserves this year. So I will be opposed to this motion, although I appreciate the creativity. Who was next on the list? I'm sorry, David Off and Pop Off. I try to speak at the end, but go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I support this motion for the reasons that Director Graham stated. It is a very small reduction, but every penny counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Popoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would agree that every penny counts. In this place, I'd like to keep the pennies where they are. Because as a rural director, I utilize that system quite a bit, especially during rural affairs, when we have motions there to the effect that's involved mapping. That is a very important tool for rural directors. So I would speak against this motion.
Thank you. What's it say, Weatherhead? Weatherhead.
Thank you. So under the salaries, I noticed that next year there would be that line item has decreased. So is the current salaries just sort of indicating that overview that's happening right now with the GIS, and that we would go back to the regular staff?
CFO or CAO?
Through Chair Sangeeta online to respond.
She's there. I don't know if she's. Sangeeta, did you hear the question?
Can that be repeated? Sorry, I was typing at the time.
Yes, thank you. On the line item of S1010 on salaries, we're seeing a 2025 budget at 400,028, going down to 365 in 2026. Is that due to this overview that's happening with GIS that's creating more higher salaries, or why is there a reduction next year, or can we rely on that reduction next year?
Yeah, if I may, through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So that's due to the fact that we received grant funding for NG 911, which now has received an extension till 2027. Michelle West, our GIS manager, is working with the municipalities right now, actually meeting with them to discuss their GIS needs around NG 911, as well as other things as part of our strategic planning process. So that amount will probably change in 2026 due to the fact that we may need more staffing to accomplish our work.
Sorry, Sangeeta, that conflicts with what's in the numbers is that the salaries are going down.
My apologies, that change in the extension was just recent. So we just found out about it, that it's been extended till 2027. So for now, we are projecting that we'll have the work done by 2026. And so that position that is right now temporary would not be needed, but it looks like we may actually need to extend the position or look at another opportunity there.
Sure.
So through the chair, the position is purported to come off in 2026 because we were expecting to be done the NG 911 transition. That's going to be delayed a bit, so we'll likely see an increase with that salary number in 2026, but it will continue to be grant funded and not funded through requisition.
The next gen 911 is the transfer to the system that's required for all of us to use. And just noting 911 levies being on cell phones is one I flagged for UBCM and FCM, just side note, because that service saw a drastic reduction in those speeds. Did that answer your question, Weatherhead?
Yes, thank you.
Who was next? Newell.
Thank you. I'll speak in opposition because we've already reduced our contribution to reserves to zero this year, which is in a sense trying to reduce the requisition. So I've so often used reserves or done something to reduce the requisition in 1 year, and it's just come back double whammy the next year. I'm going to say we need to keep on track with what we're doing. So I'm speaking in opposition.
Thank you, Paige.
Two things. Thinking, just for clarity for the board, obviously the city of Nelson is reviewing its own participation in this service in terms of how we run our own service and where there is overlap and whether or not our participation in the service continues. If that's been, if that's not clear, that should be considered for 2026, 2027. So 125,000 in reserves might look healthy until one of your biggest partners is drastically reducing its participation in the service in the future years. Just to the point of advocation, cell phone, we've been pushing for the levy to be on communication line. internet, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Sorry, and at what table are you doing that at?
City of Nelson has been dealing with 911 meetings before. We've had resolutions in before.
Okay.
Dave gave you the same about it.
Just noting for when we get to meetings and motions and things for advocacy. Thank you for reminding me of that. Lockwood.
Thank you. I'm glad that Director Page had said that, because I know that he has said that at our table prior. So if the city of Nelson is looking at possibly pulling out because of services being duplicated, how will that affect this service going forward, in the fact that will we need as much in the GIS? Because if they could come into ours, would we not be able to go into theirs as a public, when I say we?
Not in the service, but you could use.
No, I'm talking about public right now can go into our GIS and real estate agents and all of that kind of stuff. Will they be able to go into will the RDCK be able to go into the Nelson one the same way as a real estate agent comes into ours?
I don't think we can answer on behalf of the city of Nelson.
So then I'm gonna stick
Through
with
the chair.
I'm gonna stick with my motion, thank you.
Okay, and sorry, staff, did you have anything to add in regards? Okay. It'll be in 2026 when we review what that looks like. The city still needs to make a determination. Don't know anything about how their service works. So, okay, thank you. Cunningham, for first time on this motion, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to point out, we talk about GIS, within the past year, I don't know if you know or not, the BC government, forestry, have asked for all our street addresses in the regional district and to GIS and GPS them. So that in case you're living out in the boonies, for example, and there's a forest fire coming, they can make plans to protect your house, but you know about these things, as well as areas where there are small locations and things like that. So this is, I think, a case where the provincial government does not have those numbers, okay? Those electronic numbers and addresses, and now the forestry needs to use them in order to be more aware when fires happen, in order to be able to evacuate and protect.
So we're a little off topic here. I think what you're referring to is when we have an evacuation, the GIS mapping is what BC Wildfire Service relies on to evacuate and where they're enacting. Not a general, we want all your information. It's when there's a fire. Okay. So on the motion, no more speakers. All those in favor? Let's see your hands up in the air. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Motion fails. Thank you very much. All right, we are past public time, so we are going to pause now. When we come back, we'll be at number 9. And to keep it interesting, McLaren Co. is actually going to run the public time today. I have to run it very quick. So over to you, and I'll be back when I can. The gavel is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So we're at public time today. Just a quick preamble before we get going here. This is my first time doing public time with the board, so I just want to say personally that democracy is a participation sport, so we love it when people engage. Scrutiny is good and disagreement is good, but I would reserve that to policies, decisions, and ideas. Any personal attacks is where we draw the line. So if things stray into that realm, we'll put a stop to it. But having said that, anybody in the gallery or online that have a question, please come forward. Hi,
This is a good spot to speak.
Please, yeah.
Awesome, thanks everybody. Good morning, my name is Victoria. I'm a resident and taxpayer of Area H. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. As I understand it, there was a decision, I have a few questions by the way. It's all in relation to the local conservation fund. As I understand it, there was a decision to continue the parcel tax for the local conservation fund and the understanding that it would be reviewed in the public consultation process in 2025. Can you please clarify how this public engagement process will work and whether it will include a review and feedback on the projects funded to date, as well as an evaluation of outcomes and effectiveness? For example, at the March 5th Local Conservation Committee meeting, several issues were raised, such as overlapping proposals for the habitat restoration, funding for conservation projects on private land, invasive species management, barbed wire fence removal, and the need for better accountability. Will the public be able to weigh in on those specific concerns? Additionally, if the proposal is to create a new end date for the parcel tax, will this also involve a public engagement process to ensure that the community is fully on side and informed? And I'm talking about the areas that have the parcel tax already in, like area A, D, E, F, and I believe H. Well, H, because I know it's a minute. Anyway, and will the public have a chance to voice its opinion on continuing this taxation into the future? Thank you.
Yeah, I could start, and then maybe Sangeeta can fill in any gaps. I think that the intention of the public consultation process was to start with areas A, D, and E. They were the original participants in the service, and since then area H has been added 3 years ago, and area F just recently. So I think that would be the starting point. I definitely think that frankly, your feedback would be taken into consideration with respect to how you'd like to see that process roll out. So talking about historical projects, what's been funded, where the money's gone, how the public feels about that, and then, some indication to elected officials as to how the public sees the value in the service and where they'd like to see it go. And I think that would be important for the directors that have been in the service for now going on 11 or 12 years, would take to the board and determine how they want to continue things. So I think that what you just said would definitely shape things, but I'm not sure how much of that staff has already considered in terms of how they're going to roll out that process.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about so back in 2024, there was change. There was a new bylaw 2959, which removed the original 10-year limitation from the parcel tax bylaw. And so is this going to be reevaluated? Like, the public didn't have any input on that I'm aware of. I didn't see anything. I've been following you guys for a long time for the last couple of years. There was no input on that expiry date to continue. So is this going to continue on into the future without any public engagement or process?
I think that as going through that public process, if that's a point of contention where the public wanted to see some sort of limit put back in with a hard and fast review point, then I think that's feedback that could definitely be taken during that process. And then the directors could consider whether or not they want to put that limitation back in the bylaw.
So will this be a director thing? So Director Popoff would do something for area H and so on and so forth for the other areas? Or is this going to be a whole RDCK thing, or just the areas that have the tax implemented?
I'd say those logistics are still to be figured out,
okay.
But I would clarify that I don't think area F or area H would be in the scope of that review right now, because they haven't hit the 10-year period that the public wanted that review at. Area A, area D, and area E have.
I just learned this. I didn't realize area H wasn't part of that continuation in the bylaw. Is that correct? Am I hearing that correctly? That area H and area F aren't part of bylaw 2959?
Correct. That is correct. Yeah. Sorry, just
it's okay.
Maybe the bylaw number. I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yeah,
yes.
It was adopted. It was amended in 2024 at the board meeting, and that where the original 10-year limitation of the parcel tax was voted against. Like, it was going to continue on. There was no end date to it.
Yes, and I believe area H was added to the service after that change was made. I believe. I can confirm that for you though.
I'd appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so I can send an email to my director then to get more clarification.
Yeah, and I can answer any questions that Director Popoff can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Gita. Anybody else from the gallery?
Hi, I'm Deb Randall from, I think I said area I before, but area J. I have one question about building inspection service, but I saw this statement by a business owner in Ontario last week, and it really applies to all local government. And he said he's in the residential building supply business, obviously really concerned. And what he did is put a big on social media. He said, "It is not sustainable for government costs to outpace the growth of entrepreneurs and businesses. It is simply not sustainable." So sitting at this table and looking at even an 8% average increase when entrepreneurs and businesses are not getting that, like year after year after year. Like, have any of you actually passed a budget that is in line with with entrepreneurs and businesses with their growth. Anyway, because this discussion about expenses, it didn't happen at the last board meeting. Like, why didn't it? We needed a few changes. They were kind of surface. They didn't make much of a difference. Anyway, building inspection, the projected revenue for 2025 is 50% higher, actually 42.5, than what was actually made in 2024. Can anyone explain that?
It's a risk, it's definitely a risk, but that budget has to be balanced. So if the permit fee budget is lowered, the only way to gain revenue is through tax requisition.
Or cutting expenses. How can you justify in this environment, particularly with no indication that there is going to be an uptick in building, a 50% increase in projected revenue? That sounds really irresponsible. And I don't understand it. And with no corresponding, except for these resolutions that are coming up, these proposals to reduce the expenses in that service. I don't know. So next year, when it's more like 500,000 revenue, and you've underestimated revenue by almost half from the 900, what happens then?
As I said, it's a risk, and we've cut almost $300,000 from that service as it is with expenses. So that tax increase could have been much higher.
Well,
had we not been proactive in cutting those expenses.
I know the correlation, I get that. But you talk about kicking a can down the road. Like, this isn't a can, this is a boulder for next year. And if that's the answer, that's the answer. I don't understand it.
Thanks, Deb. Any questions online? Just checking. Okay, nothing online. Hal, would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you. And greetings. And we all know each other, but for the record, I'm Hal Wright, Area H taxpayer. My question was really similar to what Deb's was, and so I won't read you the full thing here because she's covered it well. But anyway, my concerns are to do with the budget for building inspection service number S103. Since building inspections and permits are not mandatory for all regional districts and building codes are a provincial responsibility, what are the essential budgetary needs for this RDCK department? And then I see that the revenues for building inspection were significantly down in 2024. And I also looked at that, thought there's about a $500,000 discrepancy there, and I would question that. But given the inefficiency and the ineffectiveness of this bureaucracy and the high number of building projects bypassing the process, is there any real justification for maintaining this service? Would eliminating the building inspection department be a logical starting point for cost-cutting measures?
Thanks, Al. Who wants to take that one?
I need board direction to look into that.
We did. We had a legal opinion on it.
I would need board direction to look into something like that. I can't comment on eliminating an department.
Can you share what the legal opinion was?
No.
We did receive it in open.
I don't recall that. I'll go back to that.
Can we get back to you on that, Hal? Can we send it to you? Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the gallery?
I have I don't want to take up too much time. I have kind of a question for every director. You know, I was here last year talking about giving people a break and things are tough, and I think we're even tougher this year. And it's kind of a question to each director, but please don't everybody answer, of course. I think it would be great if you looked in the mirror and asked yourself, what 5 things did I do during this budget cycle to actually reduce taxes? And I think if you can't think of 4 or 5 or 3 or even one thing that you've done down that path, then maybe you have an opportunity still before you pass the budget to bring something up. And so I'm kind of asking everybody, my question is, have you thought for yourself, have I done something to lower the budget? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, what was your name?
Oh, sorry about that. My name is Michael Casper.
Michael,
I'm in area H.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
I'll just say personally that, I mean, we have 27 motions on the agenda today mostly for reductions in the budget. Staff and directors have been working extremely hard over the past, several months, but over the last 2 weeks in particular, to try to find efficiencies. And as Chair Watson said earlier, it's part of the mandate to find efficiency throughout. And I know that, I mean, I'm just speaking personally, I know that people are hurting. Like, I know that even before 2 months ago, things were very difficult for people. And with what we're watching in our neighboring country and that we're on the precipice of a trade war with the most powerful country in the history of our species, I think there's a lot of uncertainty and people are worried. And we appreciate that. And I think that's reflected in the work that people are doing to try to bring things down. But your question's well taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? This is fun. Let's do more. Online? There's nothing online. Okay, going once, going twice. It's lunchtime. See everybody back at 1?
Yes, that's different. Yeah, it's like. He wants us.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, what's the screen? Okay, so we are back. Let's just check sound quickly. Director Davidoff, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna quickly check participants. I know Anne's checked. So Director Lang, if Director Hewitt shows up as the appointed director, we have to divert to her. So hopefully she doesn't show up. Not that we don't want her here, but it just gets complicated. So if I see her show up, I might pause for a minute. Hannah Graff, you're good. You can hear okay? Thumbs up. Thank you very much. Paisley's
If
there.
it shows up, it's not complicated. It's just awkward.
Yes, thank you for that correction. Okay. We have a CFO, not a CAO, but that's okay. We got the CFO. We're good to go. We are at item number 9. This is Director Graham's motion. Stuart, did he have notes on this one? Yeah, there he is. Okay. Over to you. So we're on number 9. We got Director Graham. Yeah.
For the 2025 draft financial plan for S103 building inspection be amended to reduce education and training to $20,000 and reduce requisition accordingly. In speaking with staff, we definitely could defer some training to 2026 and make this work. But it is deferring training that was scheduled, particularly with the new building code. But we could defer to 2026, no problem.
So over to you, Director Graham.
Thank you. So through the chair, this service is asking for a 26% taxation increase. And I do have a real struggle with this service because we didn't replace the 2 positions, and it is likely that we will not hit our user fee projections, as was mentioned by someone from the public, and the reserves have already been depleted. So staff was open to this one, but I had put the question to Stuart before, and Stuart's rationale was that we could do this, that it would be okay with staff, so that's why I am making the motion. He actually even suggested we could take it further, but I put it off there, so that is my reasoning for this. And that is all I have to say about it.
Do you want to move it and second it?
I would like to move it.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Just quick note on this service I want to check in with the CFO on is I believe part of the pickup we're doing this year is we used significant reserves last year to reduce operations. Is that correct? And so that's part of the lift we're seeing this year?
Through the chair, that is correct. We used $200,000 of reserve last year.
Okay, so that's one of those learning lessons that always reminds me of. Jackman, then Cunningham, go ahead.
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts. I think it's fine to take money out of the line item where it may not be used to. Make sense today based on current staff levels as well as opportunity to train later. Taking the money out of the service and taxation needs a little more careful thought. So first question that wasn't answered when the public asked the question was, in terms of revenue projection, I mean, we're showing not a 50%, but 42% increase over actuals of fees. But part of our fee restructuring was that we were putting a heavier emphasis on more appropriate fee collection for the complex buildings. And I looked, I couldn't find it right now on this computer. I don't know if CEO or others would recall. We are charging differently, and where we do have commercial and complex buildings, we'll see an increase of revenue. But I can't recall what we thought that would represent. Is that $50,000 of the total? Is that a third of the total? It's not a third, but where is it?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't know where it would be at. We could definitely look into maybe some historical trends to see what the project have been like. There's definitely been some big spikes with respect to some permit fees, particularly the Kolesnikov facility a couple of years ago had a really a big fee added to this service, and we're looking. There is some talk about some buildings this year, whether the permit would come in this year or 2026. I'm not sure, but we could look into some trends to see how it has shaken out in the last couple of years.
So if I can follow through. So the message to the public is, it's not business as usual on expectation of revenues, because we made a change in how we charge fees for complex versus more, Part 9 residential. We increased the fees across the board, and we are applying a much more meaningful model to assessing the value of a structure, which I'm very happy to see after some 17 years, as opposed to people declaring, oh, this is only $100,000 rental, and in fact, it's $250,000. So then my last question to give you comfort on this is, what is the compensation or stabilization reserve balance today? Because again, I didn't get around to finding that number through the chair's document.
Through the chair, it's sitting at $130,000 at the end of December.
So my preference would be to take the 20 out of training and put it into compensation, because we don't know how this year is going to go.
So it's just through the chair to Yev, is that both reserves?
Okay, sorry, through the chair, two reserves. That's the stabilization reserve, and then there's another 53 in the legal reserve. Okay.
And can we just get a refresher on the purpose of the stabilization reserve in this service?
Through the chair, it's to cover off when we have periods of reduced revenue. And so one of the key things to understand about the building inspection service is you issue a permit, you get your funds. It can take 2 or 3 years to actually provide the services against that which that revenue was issued for. And so what you don't see here, but on our consolidated financial statements, we're actually removing about $700,000 of revenue from last year for public sector accounting standards on a consolidation purposes. You won't see it here because that's deemed to be revenue for future purposes. So from that perspective, an argument could be made that we should have about $700,000 in reserves, and we're sitting at about 100.
Hopefully we all caught there was a lot of things in that one. It is a bit complicated. I've got Cunningham, Davidoff, and Page.
Thank you, Chair. My question to the staff is, we have a new building book coming out with a new, what year is it? 24?
March 10th, it was implemented.
There we go. And does our staff need special training for parts of that, understanding how to implement some of that? And was that possibly the reason for the increased training fund? Or I don't know.
Through the chair, it's part of it, but as I mentioned, I think we could defer some of that to 2026 and be okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Through the chair, the code changes are, although they're significant in terms of what's now being applied in areas where it wasn't being applied before, the themes are still the same. So it's still related to that seismic load, the wind resistance of buildings, but it's just a matter of taking the criteria. And although we were down here before, we've now bumped up in terms of where we are in the province and the region. So it's still concepts that staff has been trained on, is aware of.
Davidoff, go ahead.
Yeah, given that the CAO has mentioned twice now that this is doable and that training could be deferred to 2026, I support this resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paige.
I'm not in it, but I have to vote. So I'm going to say, I hear it's okay, will be okay. I don't hear that it's maybe the best approach. And what I would just offer for consideration is, if you're going to have a fallow year, a great time to put towards staff getting the skills they need. And one of the things that we do here, and one of the places you do add reduced taxation pressure, is adding new builds and being more effective and efficient as a building department inspection. Having the training and getting the crossover is one of those places. And if you're going to be quiet, that's a good time to have a little bit extra funds to make sure people are getting caught up. So when you speed up, you're ready to go.
Thank you. That's it for the speakers list. I want to circle back to, I do agree this motion is fine. The bigger picture is what I wanted to address in terms of why are we seeing the budget as it's proposed this year. And that was 2 reasons. And that is we used significant reserves last year. So when we do that, we inadvertently reduce it, but it's not a reduction that gets to carry forward unless we do the same thing. The other one is that I did catch during our budget meeting that the standard for the accounting practices has changed, so our ability to account that as income needs to be spread out. So that's more answering the question around what the changes are in this budget and why they're significantly different. So I wanted to make sure we captured that, and that Kelly's okay. You okay, Kelly? All right, we're good. Good. So hearing no further discussion, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Those opposed? 1, 2. It passes, but just good to know. Okay.
Next.
And I forgot, sorry. There was one that was, the previous GIS one did not go through. Is that correct? Okay, I forgot to mark that. Yes, next, 103, building inspection.
That the 2025 draft financial plan for S103 building inspection be amended to reduce equipment to $23,000 and reduce requisition accordingly. This would drop equipment by $25,190. Staff had actually been working concurrently trying to figure out what our actual equipment budget would need to be. And this $23,000 is well within what we need, which is to buy new field laptops for the inspectors. So we are more than fine with this.
All right. So Graham, Gordon, my apologies, over to you.
Yeah, I'd just like to move this motion just to get it a little bit more in line with the actuals. And after speaking with staff, it seems like a good number to go with.
And do we have a second? Thank you, Graham. A discussion. Looking in the room first. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, straightforward. And the next one, building inspection as well.
That the 2025 draft financial plan for S103 building inspection be amended to reduce contracted services by $45,000 and reduce requisition by $45,000. So this relates to our current scanning project. We've done one portion of it, and this would be the second phase of it. I think we've got 3 lined up to be able to get through this process. But all of our building inspection records going back to the inception of building inspection are sitting in the basement at North Shore Hall. It is not the greatest environment for it. The records are constantly under issues with potential mold and potential flooding, and Joe's smiling at me because he deals with North Shore Hall. So it is something that we do see as a risk for the organization, particularly around the fact that much of our records are being required to be produced either when someone buys a property or when a potential legal issue comes up. So we do want to have that readily available, and scanning them in would work. So staff does really want to get this done this year. As a slight alternative, which is not ideal, but could be suggested, is that we tax for half of it this year, half of it in 2026, and do the work in 2026.
And just before we go to Graham, can I just clarify? I believe this has been a multi-year project, was it not?
Yeah, through the chair, we've done one phase of document scanning. We tried to break it up over the last couple of years. If you recall, in 2023, the board approved a portion of a rather large surplus being used to do the first phase of it.
Thank you, because I recalled we had started this and I just needed to clarify. So I'm going to go to Graham first, because that's her motion.
I don't, before the motion goes on the table.
Well, the process is to put it on the table. If you want to vote against it, you can.
Yep,
Graham, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna move the motion. I know this is controversial. I realize that, and perhaps what Stuart is suggesting is that we do half of it would be something, but the world has operated with paper systems for a long time, and I'm old school. So when a service is looking for a 26% increase and I'm trying to look for some savings, I just wonder if now is really the time to outsource a $45,000 scanning project. And my suggestion would be that if there is a slowdown, as may be expected, that perhaps staff could be doing some of this project instead. I realize it's controversial, but I'm trying to find what I can here, so. It's just a motion.
We can just speak to the staff portion of it.
Is there a second?
I'll second it for conversations because I want to clarify something.
So it's on the floor, and then go ahead, Stuart.
Through the chair, I just wanted to address the staff issue. Definitely, if it was just stacks of 8.5 by 11, we could probably hire a summer student and get through this for much cheaper. The problem is we've got plans and documents that are huge that have come off like picture plotters, and we're trying to get those scanned in. We do not have the equipment to be able to do that, so that's why we can't do it internally.
Thank you. So speakers list, Lockwood, Popoff, Jackman. Lockwood, go ahead.
So mine is clarification. The CAO has talked about staff, used the word staff, putting this in, and that's why I wanted to clarify, because this said contracted services. So, and then you said contracted services, you said staff and contract, so I'm
who's doing
just,
it?
yeah,
It is outsourced through the chair, yeah.
thank you.
Pop off.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I know we've done some work on this. How far back did we go?
Through the chair, off the top of my head, I don't know.
Okay, so how far back are we going since the establishment of the regional or the building inspection service?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Jackman.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to understand a little bit more of the future year's numbers and then come back to who can or can't do this now. Because what I don't understand, if this is a big push this year, why is it $45,000 plus for the next 4 years as well? Is that an error or some kind of automatic default that wasn't adjusted in the process so far?
Through the chair, we were waiting until we got to the end of this phase to see how much was left before we could actually identify what the dollar amount would be. The first phase we put in, we had $65,000 it ended up being, and this one, we're not sure what we're gonna get for the 45, how far they can get along. But they basically work on an hourly clock, and if the documents are small, they do it quicker. If they get a big plan, it might take longer, so we're not sure where we're gonna end up.
So my concern is we have no reliable future baseline number, this kind of thing. My understanding though is that today when I put in drawings, sometimes they provided hard copy and sometimes digital, but our staff in each office, and particularly our plan checkers, or even our front counter staff, already know how to scan this stuff and digitize it for every new application. So I see a high opportunity to use those same staff. If we see the decline in revenues, then the plan checkers won't have as much to do. The plan checkers are critical at the front end when we take the money, but they're less involved in the field building inspectors over the next 2 to 3 years, which of course is what CFO has identified. We need to cover those costs. But I would see this as a perfect opportunity where we find a balance, not rely so much on contract, but say, if the plan checkers are seeing a lower intake of new applications and we see lower revenue due to economic issues, those plan checkers already know how to scan documents. They get all sizes and natures. Maybe if we still have enough training budget, they might need a little tuning up how to manage old taxes and stuff that they. But I see there's an opportunity here to internalize some of this and to wait. So I guess the question is, Mark, do we have a firm fixed contract to do this, or did I understand it's kind of hourly as and when required?
Through the chair, yeah, we're doing a contract for each phase, so we don't have a 3-year contract or anything like that.
Perfect. So I'm leaning into supporting this and seeing what happens in terms of demand on staff.
David Opp.
Yeah, my question follows up on Director Jackman's question. Our plan checkers are based at our main office. All the documents are in the North Shore Hall. Does the contract for this include the specialized equipment that the contractor has to bring, or do we have the equipment now? And if we do, where is the equipment located? Because these big plans and stuff, like you've got to scan them, you got to have the equipment for it. So two-parter there. Is this even feasible for plan checkers to be working on the North Shore or going to the North Shore Hall? And do we have the equipment to do this work in-house or not? To the chair.
Through the chair, there are questions that I can't answer. They're a little bit too technical for me. That being said, I don't think that we need the board to problem solve it. You can either you could direct us to take it out of the budget, look at solutions internally, however you want to do it. But I think the what is what we're looking for you from today, and then we can figure out the how if you decide to remove the contracted services.
Supplemental, Chair.
Yep.
Okay, since we don't know exactly what we're doing, would it then be logical to do the split, the 22.225 this year and next year? Because it looks like we're still feeling our way. Through the chair.
You're welcome to propose an amendment.
I will propose that amendment, Chair.
That it be by 22.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's 20.
Yeah, 22.5 this year and then next year, and if there's a seconder, I just got one more comment to add.
Is there a second on that amendment?
Director Popoff will second.
Yeah.
Amendments on the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we've got some figuring out to do before we start this project, and maybe by the time we get this thing rolling, we will probably be doing it next year instead of this year. So that's all I got to say. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, folks, Sangeeta will speak to it. This has been ongoing. It's not been a contract that's been ongoing, but we have been doing this. Sangeeta, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair, we've been working with Shuri in our records management department. The volume of information files that are currently at the North Shore Hall is quite substantial. We have made a small dent in that volume. The records actually do need to go off-site in order to be scanned. The way that they're scanned provide us with immediate information back that can be immediately loaded into Prospero. So that's our system that we use to track our building permits. And so that is why it can't be done by staff. And you could half this budget, but we'll still need to continue on this project for several years. So the intent was to establish a budget line of 45,000, and within that we've been doing that for the last since 2023. Within that budget, we would then continue to get as many of those records digitized and then loaded into our Prospero system.
Thank you, Venneberg.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment. Cunningham, is that a hand up?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
Here, my question is, I understand a lot of the records were on microfiche. Do they have to be translated to pretty Prospero as well?
Yes. Go ahead, Sangeeta.
Through the chair, the microfiche, we still haven't tackled that yet, but that is next in line. That's some of the older records. And yes, we're hoping that they'll not only need to be digitized once the record is pulled out of the microfiche and then converted into a format that can be loaded into Prospero, meaning there's several steps with the microfiche, and we're hoping to get to that at some point once we get all the paper out of the way.
Age.
Microfiche rods. Are we sure it's in good condition?
The microfiche, sorry, through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
The microfiche currently is located, I believe, in our office. So it's not actually located at the North Shore Hall. Most of it is in our office. It's in that office.
Further on the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those opposed to the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Amendment fails. So the motion as original, which is the 45,000, do we need to discuss it more? And we got to clear what this is. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those opposed. I might have to do a roll call on this one. Is that a hand up? It is? Okay.
Yeah,
thank you. 1, 2.
So Chair, point of order, please.
What's your order? I'm in the middle of a count.
Yeah, it was 8-8 on the first one. There's more than 16 of us on voting. Can we do a count on that one because it was 8-8?
The amendment failed. I'm on the main motion now. And if you want me to do roll call, I can do that.
I didn't get a chance to do the point of order, Chair, on that one because it's 8-8 vote.
Back to the amendment. We'll take the vote on the amendment. Back to 22.5. Jackman.
And it's weighted.
On the amendment, in favor.
In favor. Tierney.
I am in favor of the amendment.
Vandenberg.
In favor.
Opposed. Graham.
In favor.
Newell.
Opposed.
Cunningham. Popoff. Popoff.
My mute button wasn't working. In favor.
Davidoff,
In favor.
Hanegraaff,
Opposed.
Weatherhead,
Opposed.
McFadden,
Opposed.
DeBoon,
In favor.
Lang,
In favor.
McLaren Co,
Opposed.
Page,
Opposed.
Paisley,
In favor.
Lockwood,
In favor.
Maine, oh, sorry, not Maine, Gordon, I'm sorry. Opposed. And Lunn.
Opposed.
So. That's
And
half
this
and half.
is weighted, right? This is
It
weighted?
is weighted. Sixteen in favor,
Like weighted.
So minus 35. So.
In favor or against?
DeBoon was in favor.
Sure. Does weighted go with the method?
Yes.
It's 16 out of 30. So the amendment fails.
The amendment failed. 16 out of 35 weighted.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and now I'll do the same for the motion in its original state. Jackman.
Opposed.
Tierney.
In favor.
Vandenberg.
In favor.
I'm opposed. Graham.
In favor.
Newell.
Opposed.
Cunningham.
Opposed.
Popoff.
Opposed.
Davidoff.
In favor.
Hanegraaff.
Opposed.
Weatherhead.
Opposed.
McFadden.
Opposed.
DeBoon.
Opposed.
Lang.
Opposed.
McLaren Co.
Opposed.
Page.
Opposed.
Paisley.
In favor.
Lockwood.
In favor.
Gordon.
In favor.
Lunn.
Opposed.
And weighted, so it fails. Okay. That motion fails. What's your total? Davidoff wants to know the total. 10 out of 35 for that one, Davidoff. Okay. All right, number 12. This is Director Graham's, also planning and land use.
2025 draft financial plan for S104 planning and land use be amended to reduce education and training by $6,250 and reduce requisition by $6,250.
Over to you, Graham.
Okay, these are not in the same order that I use. Okay, so my rationale here, through the chair is that our education and training. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, education and training. I checked with the staff on this, on why the increase in the education and training. And the staff response was that while we're not able to make use of the full budget, we do consider it important, but I didn't get any real reason for this.
Through the chair, I'd say it's consistent with the explanation in general admin where we've got our training guideline that has a calculation which we use for budgeting, and staff has just not been able to keep up with participating in training.
So sorry, I was just trying to finish that we went from spending at $1,800 and we have a $10,000 in the budget. So I had made the motion that we would reduce the education and training, which would still be a 100% increase from 2024. And that's how I came up with this number.
So you're moving that motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Vandenberg seconds. Motion's on the floor. Discussion. All right, all those in favor? 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. I'm just gonna do this. I'm sorry, it's gonna take a lot longer, but Jackman,
In favor.
Tierney,
In favor.
Vandenberg,
In favor.
myself, in favor. Graham,
In favor.
Newell,
Opposition.
Cunningham,
Forward.
Popoff,
In favor.
Davidoff,
In favor.
Hanegraaff,
Opposed.
Weatherhead,
In favor.
McFadden, in favor. DeBoon,
In favor.
Lang,
In favor.
McLaren Co,
In favor.
Page,
Opposed.
Paisley,
In favor.
Lockwood,
In favor.
Gordon, in favor. Lund, opposed. In favor. Carried, thank you. Okay, Planning and Land Use Director Graham, hold on, Stuart's just doing the corporate count. Davidoff, it's gonna take us longer, but I'm including the corporate count so that if you have a number you want, we've got it, okay? Thank you to Stuart, 24 out of 35, that failed, sorry. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, that half is, half is. Okay, planning and land use, 25,000 from reserve. Did you have any comments on that one? Nope. Graham, over to you.
Thank you. So through the chair, this service is proposing 18% tax increase. Our rationale here is that we have $27,000 in reserve. The contribution in 24 was $2,600, and the contribution in 26, 27, 28 is $2,600. So all of a sudden, in this year, we had 27,500. And we also have to note, we have a $439,000 in operating accumulated surplus in this service. So my motion was to direct the staff to reduce the contribution to reserves to 25,000, to keep the 2,600 that Stuart said we needed for fleet. And I wanted to move the motion to reduce taxation.
So you're moving that motion?
Please.
Second? Weatherhead second, and so I think it's important to note the operating surplus is a grant that is part of the Complete Communities contract, so that's not actual requisition we're accumulating. That is the grant on the Complete Communities, I believe. Yever Stewart.
Through the chair, Complete Communities, Housing Needs Assessment, and the Regional Growth.
So that's not taxation building up, just so we're clear. Did you want to respond? Can I respond to you at the end? We'll circle back to you after discussion as the mover. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for stating that, because we can't keep saying to the public we have money as a surplus when it is not. It's either allocated or unallocated. Until we fix that, public is getting the completely wrong message. Thank you for that. And we should maybe be cautious about when we use that word surplus. However, I'm just curious, what was the proposed bump for this year? Was there, because I can't remember through the conversations, was there some item that was going to be purchased this year, or was that a typo, a slip up of factor 10? Why is the contribution to reserve so high this year?
So through the chair, it had to do with some of the enforcement projects that were going on in planning and trying to build up a bit of reserve so that the board could make decisions mid-year and ensure that we had enough funds for something like that. But the 25,000 is in the budget rate, or in the
legal reserve? Okay, and the public again need to understand that difference, because that doubles the net reserve, which I think Grant is well aware, that pretty much doubles what we had. Thank you.
Is there other on the list? Davidoff, go ahead.
Yeah, so given what CAO Horn just said, that if we did get an enforcement issue, could we use the stabilization reserve for that purpose? Through the chair.
Through the chair, yes.
Then I'm in support of the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, this service has a stabilization reserve. Sorry, Graham, I will come back to you. I'm sorry about that.
Yes, through the chair, any service that collects permit revenue has a stabilization reserve.
Okay. And what is that? You might as well tell us yet.
Through the chair, $27,000.
Okay, so should we get enforcement? Okay, great. I'm sorry, Graham, I was gonna come back to you. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to make a comment to the chair that, in my discussions with, CAA Horn, that he said that some of that accumulated surplus could possibly be going to staff time, and staff was working on that.
Yeah, it's predominantly, they have to run the grant. So yes, there is staff time included in that. Yeah. Further discussion on the motion. Huh? All right. See a show of hands. All those in favor? I'm just gonna do it this way. Jackman.
In favor.
Tierney.
Favor.
Vandenberg.
Yes.
Myself. Graham.
In favor.
Newell.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Popoff.
Yes.
Davidoff.
Yes.
Hanegraaff.
Yep.
Weatherhead.
Yes.
I have Bogle on here. McFadden.
Yeah, favor.
DeBoon.
In favor.
Hewitt. Oh, it's not Hewitt. Lang.
In favor.
McLaren Co.
In favor.
Page.
In favor.
Casely.
In favor.
Lockwood.
In favor.
Gordon.
In favor.
Lund.
In favor.
That's hilarious because when I asked you who was in favor, there was 4 hands that went up. So you either use your hands really clearly or I'm doing this every time. Everybody's in favor of that one. Thank you.
I don't need a count on that one, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, good. Thanks for clarifying. All right, community sustainability. I feel like these two, we should just do them. They're not. Anyways, go ahead, Stuart.
Through the chair, actually, based on the dollar amounts, I can imagine the debate's gonna be much different for each one. I would suggest moving these as a block and going from there, because the total's about $3,850.
That would be number 14 and number 15.
I've got 3 here for sustainability.
So 14, 15, and 16. We can move those as a block.
And
Clarity question.
1 second, I just need to see what Ange is saying.
With the chair, sustainability is employee incentives down to 150, education and training down to 1,500, and admin office supplies down to 2,200.
McFadden, go ahead.
Sorry, just the numbers that you're reading out are different than the numbers in our eScribe, and so I'm having a hard time keeping up. So what I believe what you're talking about on our eScribe is 16.
Yeah.
But you're calling it 13, and so I don't know if anyone else is having that problem.
Yeah.
I have the printed agenda. I don't
Okay.
use eScribe.
Okay.
Amy.
My Angela has an answer.
Okay, let Ange answer. Go ahead, Ange.
So through the chair, there's multiple number recommendations on eScribe. You have to look at the number that is in the actual recommendation. So if it says 14, then it says that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's in the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I use a hard copy because that's where I can write. Okay. So does everyone know where we are? It's number 14 in the addenda. That number will be a part of the motion. It's not actually included in the motion, but that's how we track it. So we can move 14, 15, and 16 as a block. You have no comment on those? And 17. So these are all community sustainability. They're all minimal in terms of impacts. So Gordon, over to you. If you want to move those as a block, you're welcome to. That would be motions 14 to 17 as one.
Okay, I'll move them as a block, and my reasoning for it is just to bring it in more in line with the actuals that we've been spending for years.
And
Not
is there second? Page for second. Okay, and to speak, go ahead.
Sorry, point of order. I couldn't hear Gordon's rationale for this, and to me it matters.
Okay, sorry.
I can speak up. I'll speak up. My rationale for this was just to bring it more in line with the actuals that we've been spending over the years. It's not much of a cost, but it's enough that it'll drop it a little bit.
Did you hear that, Hanegraaff? Okay. And Paige was about to speak?
I'd like to divide 16 because we spent more than.
So you want to pull 16? It's $1,500.
I know, we spent more. Anyway, it's not, the rationale that we're in alignment with spending 16 is different.
Okay, so we're pulling 16. Is that what we're doing with division?
Wow.
It's $1,500. Are we really gonna spend?
Needs to be debated on its own.
What's the process, Ange?
If we are moving it as a block, we will have to pull it and it would be calling division.
So calling division to remove number 16.
You guys read on this?
So waited.
Ange, is that correct? Motion to divide. I'm in the middle of something. Motion to divide to pull number 16. You're moving that?
Yep.
Is there a second?
I support that.
Okay. And then what's next, Ange?
We will address 14, 15, and 17.
And leave
we will-
16 out.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're now on 14, 15.
Vote on division.
All those in favor of division? Anybody opposed? Okay, division passes. So 16 has been pulled. Vandenberg, you had a question?
I'll reserve till later.
Okay, on 14, 15, and 17, further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now 16, Director Gordon, if you want to move that as a motion. Okay, and we have a second. Weatherhead. Paige, you wanted to talk about it? Go ahead.
I would just note that the rationale given was to bring this into line with actuals, and based on what I'm looking at, training is that it's significantly more than this amount in the actuals.
So the motion's on the floor. Would you like to propose an amendment or are you just going to vote against it? Okay, Jackman, go ahead.
Propose we amend the figure to $4,000 for needs in the budget, post redaction.
Is there a second on that amendment? Okay, the amendment's on the floor for $4,000. Discussion. Hannah Graff, go ahead.
Sorry, but amending it to $4,000 is just putting it to what the proposed budget was, isn't it?
No, I'm sorry, you're quite correct.
Yeah. So just vote against this.
38, so I will vote against it along with.
Okay.
Withdraw that amendment.
Good catch, Hannah Graff.
Thanks, Kenny.
So it's been withdrawn. The seconder agrees to withdrawing that.
Not a chance.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Well, at least we're still getting along over here. So the motion remains as is at 1,500. Is there further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2. Let's see those hands. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Those hands are not really up. 4, 5, 6. Okay, motion. Those opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. Motion fails. Okay. You're taking copious notes there? Thank goodness. All right, feasibility service director Graham.
The board directs staff to amend the 2025, not for financial plan for S106 feasibility study service to increase transfer from reserves by $50,000 and decrease requisitions by $50,000, creating a tax credit for the service. So this service includes all participants, just because this really hasn't been talked about at this table, I don't think. We haven't taxed in this service as long as I've been at the RD, so probably longer, or many years before that when we last taxed for it. The purpose of this service was set up to fund initiatives that would potentially result in a new service. So it would be funding service case analysis for new services. We have been chipping away at the reserve. I think over the last 5 to 8 years, we've probably gone for about $350,000 down to the 105 we're at now. A couple of key projects have been used for that. I know something big in community services in the last few years. That being said, if something came up where the board really needed to do something with this service, you have the ability to tax for it. So if you wanted to use $50,000 for reserves, I do not see an issue with that at all.
Go ahead, Graham. This is your motion.
Thank you. So I just want to say here, I want to thank Stuart for working with me all weekend on all of these. I was absolutely shocked to have him emailing me Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon. And I had no idea that we could actually do this, to actually go into a negative to reduce taxation. So I just want to say that. And I want to move the motion
For the reasons that Stuart had actually said, that this is not being used for anything right now, and it does not deplete the reserve. But it does definitely would help all of us right now in this situation that we're in.
So are you moving that? Is there a second? Okay, and I just need to clarify, this does deplete the reserve.
No.
With the chair, 55,000 left in it.
But wouldn't it be 105,000 if we didn't use this?
Yeah. Reduces, not depletes.
Okay, thank you. Discussion, Newell, go ahead.
Yeah, Stuart, through the chair, of course.
Yeah.
How much is the maximum grant allowed to an area or areas to conduct a feasibility study? Is it 15 or 20?
Maybe Joan, is it 10 or 15?
Through the chair, like the board is usually is approved it. Like, so for example, it's quite a bit more than.
Right,
Has
but
multiple areas.
yeah, through the chair, we did calculate it by area, so
That's
we
right,
were
because-
by participant. I think we got up to $60,000 or $80,000 for that project. So it is 10 or 15, but ultimately it's governed by a feasibility study policy, and the board can override that policy with a motion.
Right.
So it really is project dependent and based on board consideration. Board has to approve any use of these funds.
Yeah. So technically 3 district, just hypothetically, then we take it down to 45. So therefore next year we would need to tax to get some money back into this fund to have a reserve for people to call upon. Because often, like, we don't say we're taxing for us this project, mid-year we get the idea of building a dock at Tagum, and then we come to the board, so we need the money there to be able to draw upon it. So getting down to 50 is a little tight, but we can tax for it next year, so.
And just to be clear, that this feasibility study is specifically for, is the RD gonna create a service? This isn't general, like I wanna look at something that's not related to the RD. This is when the RD needs to assess the feasibility of establishing a service. Historically, it's been 10 to 15. If there's multiple areas, the board has approved, such as Campbell Field, thank you. Because it had multiple participants, we did approve a higher amount.
I will add just in closing that I'm concerned, but if it does go to a service, the service thus pays back the feasibility people, so it's.
Did we do that or just on referendum? Joe, we do pay back if it goes to service?
If, through the chair, if there's a service created.
Okay,
that
similar.
service pays back the feasibility,
Okay.
so we then get it back for the collective to use.
So Graham, I will circle back to you on the close. You're good. Paige, and then, oh, sorry. Oh, someone's paying attention. Jackman.
But just curious, I have a few, like 2018 and 2022 financial plans open just for references, not in some of the financial plans, because we didn't tax, I guess. So,
I don't think we've taxed for the
will
service.
it always be part of the book from now on? Because I see, what I see in the book here now is we got 120,000 in reserves, like we're not anywhere near the bottom. And we need to do a financial plan amendment for 50 grand, that's easy, if we need it, so. But the curiosity to me is it wasn't always in the book.
That is weird. Yeah, through the chair, I didn't know that. Yeah.
I've always noticed it on my cover sheet.
Maybe it wasn't in the draft.
Maybe it wasn't included because it was zeroed out. I don't know. Yeah, did you have an answer on that?
Through the chair, I don't.
Okay. McFadden.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. First would be, what historically have we needed in this reserve? Like, I don't know anything about it, so I don't know if we're then making implications for the next 3 years. I just want to know if we're making implications. And the second question is, so we're taking $50,000 out of reserve that we're not actually taxing for. So then what are we decreasing? Like, if we're decreasing a service, but what service are we decreasing if we weren't taxing for the service in the first place?
Through the chair, you're creating a negative requisition in S106. So that will be calculated, or it'll spit out a rate per thousand that will then be applied to everybody in the regional district's taxes. So it will drop their taxes.
Okay, because everyone is in this service.
Everyone is in this service, yeah. The closest example I can give is if anybody's been around long enough to remember the Central Kootenai Hospital District. So we had to wrap up that organization and we had about $15,000 left in that. And we had to give that money back to the taxpayers when we wound up that hospital district.
And historically, so that was the other question, historically, what have we needed in this?
Through the chair, it's completely unpredictable. You've got the Campbell Field one for 80,000. Everything else we pulled out of there has been the minimum $10,000 to $15,000 for something. And the last time we pulled, might have been actually the Campbell Field one was the last time we pulled, which was 3-4 years ago now. Yeah, maybe longer.
Dark.
Paige, go ahead.
Given the 180 services, and I'm gonna make the comment to park it for later, I would be interested to come back to this one and question whether or not this is the tool we want to be using, whether or not it makes more sense to have a budgetary line item with repairs and general management feasibility studies as opposed to a whole service, given that we're even just bleeding off $3,500 every year in the general admin as a consequence of just our other existence. Like, do we need to have a service to hold monies to look at services, right? Like, someone decided this was a great tool. I don't know about this anymore, and I'm not saying I know the answer, but I would like to someday come back to it and say, does this service need to exist at all?
Yeah, the chair, I agree.
Okay. So folks, look at the time. We have a lot yet to get through, plus budget, plus in camera. So I'm gonna ask you all to speak as necessary and as concise as possible. Cunningham.
Thank you. With reference to the previous speaker, the feasibility study fund has been in there since the beginning of time, was $10,000. And however, my question is to the chair, did we use this feasibility study funds when the referendum for the composting went down?
Through the chair, but this isn't used for referendums or APs. It's for service case analysis around the potential creation of new services, but the referendum
Let him finish, please.
Yeah, through the chair, the referendum costs are AAP. If we have an established service, so an example is the Castlin Area D Library service a couple of years ago, AAP to expand the service area, that service would pay the cost for that AAP. If you didn't have a service and you're creating a new service, such as in the compost situation, that's paid for by general admin or rural admin, depending on who the participants are.
Okay.
And if it passes, the service then picks up the costs.
Yeah.
If it fails, it stays in the service.
Yeah, and it didn't pass.
Correct.
Okay, so let's stick to Davidoff, Tierney, and then we gotta keep going.
Yeah, thank you. This is very useful service, and the enabling bylaws say are there for us to use this. We used it for the Area I, doing a feasibility study for the Area I Community Hall daycare service. And we didn't proceed with the service, so but we would have paid it back. My question though is, would the net decrease to this service then be $100,000? Am I calculating that correctly?
Right, through the chair, net decrease
including
$50,000.
Well, we're not putting money in, and then we're taking money out of reserve. So is it $100,000 or $50,000 credit here that we're looking at?
For the chair, $50,000.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. Just wondering if the regional district has received a lot of requests to create new services for water systems.
I don't think we have at this point.
Yeah, it's true. Through the chair, there might be a discussion for water services.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lang? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That motion passes. So directors, I need you to be aware of, if we do not get through today, we are calling a special meeting for next week. So I'm hoping to remind you of that because we have to finish the business today. I know these are important discussions. We need to move through these quicker than we are. Generally, we would not be doing this on this day. So that's my... Vandenberg, have you worked out with your participants if they're going to support your next motion?
Kind of, but not really.
Do you need to do this?
Yes.
Okay, move your motion, please.
Thank you. You want me to read it now? I can do that. The 2025 draft financial plan service 152 jobs of life, and that's us in this part of the world. Decrease requisitions to 95,400 and reduce accumulated surplus accordingly. We'll point
Go ahead. Can I just ask for a second first and then you can speak to it? Do Jackman or DeBoon second that as the participants?
No.
Or Tierney, I'm sorry. Tierney, are you seconding that? Okay, you can speak to it, Vandenberg.
Yeah, so it is a function of surplus, and so I've taken the 3 years worth of surplus. We have another surplus going into 2025. My math was the ask is 116,000. We reduce our average surplus, we get to 95. However, one of my cohorts did point out to me kind of the reasonality around that, and I will allow him to speak to it now. But that's the logic that I had going into this.
Okay. Go ahead. You have a shared services committee, so just in terms of process, generally this would be at your shared services committee. Here it is. Go, Jackman.
I tried, Chair.
I know.
Working on this one for years.
Okay.
There is no surplus. It's a bogus entry. And it's been kicking along for a little while, which is kind of unfortunate. It says there's a prior year surplus of 28,770, and then it says that there's a current year expense under accumulated operating surplus of 28,770. One might see other route. You might say, well, why is that there? And I think that's because some of these budgets don't get enough attention the way others do. However, simple math. We need, if you look at the rest of the expenses there, we need to give Creston under a grant $50,000 because they provide these essential services for us under the service contract. We have said we will give Yak and Grindell, and as a transfer to other service internally, 63.8. General admin wants a very small amount for this service, $1,000, and the fire services to support the senior management there want $1,400. Add those commitments with our partners who are delivering this service, and that is $116,200. That is to say, if we don't tax $116,200, we will have to tell one of those, Preston perhaps, sorry, we're gonna charge you by $20,000, $30,000. The numbers in and out of this surplus, in my mind, the best word I can use is bogus. We are pairing numbers in and out on some things that don't make sense. Because we need to tax 116 to fund 116. Or should we, if there is a true surplus, why doesn't it show up in future years? Because it's not there. It says it's going to be spent as an expense.
Okay, let him answer.
Yeah, through the chair, you're right. There is an error with the surplus calculation. It should be represented in the prior years if it's not flagged to be spent. But I believe that Director Vandenberg's motion is in order, and if the participants wanted to, you could reduce taxation this year only, eat up that surplus, and then it would go back up to the 116 Director Jackman mentioned is needed to fund all the commitments going forward. Where I believe this surplus was created was years ago when Director Jackman started to have concerns around the funding of the service, particularly for Ryandale and how much they were spending. There was an extra tax that was levied in 1 year to provide a surplus that we set aside in case Ryandale wanted or needed more money to fund their first responder service. That money was never sent to Ryandale and stayed in the service, and it's been rolling forward for a couple of years now. So that's where I think that money originated from. But yes, if there's a line 59,100, if there's a number in there, it should be carried forward to the surplus in 2026 and keep rolling forward if it's not being flagged to be spent in some way. So yes, that is an error on this budget.
If I might, then a 59,100 as an expense does not exist. Take it out and then, yes, then we can reduce your requisition. But the way this reads, the math doesn't work.
Okay, do we need more discussion on this?
No, but thank you very much for getting this on the table.
Okay, lesson learned, do this at shared services. Do not do this the day of board and that we're approving
This has
budget.
been planning for a long time. Very important.
I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying we are running out of time. We're not going to get through today.
I'm sorry about that, but
All those in favor? Those.
I need a clarification, Chair, that then the budget will reflect the future, because we're not going to consume all the surplus with, if that's a real surplus, this motion doesn't consume the entire amount. Motion is to reduce your acquisition to 95. If the surplus is real and you show the balance in future year, I'll support it. If there's uncertainty as to the math, I'm not going to risk our fire services. So I need to know where the numbers are this year and next year.
I'm sorry, I thought you got your answer.
Not quite.
this is the number that needs to be. It's not.
So through the chair, if this motion goes through, then yes, there'll be about $8,000 of surplus that we would roll forward to 2026.
Yeah, sure it's real. I will support this motion.
Okay, good. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Page and DeBoon. Motion passes. I and J, David Offer Hanegraaff, you want to move that one?
I'll do it.
Thank you, Hanegraaff.
Going in the opposite direction now. That the 2025-2029 draft financial plan for S163 emergency planning areas I and J be amended to increase requisitions by $15,790 and increase grants by $15,790 for each year of the plan to fund a payment to Castlegarn District Community Services Society for the Police-Based Victim Services Program. And if I could get a seconder, I'd like to speak to it.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Hanegraaff.
Okay, so this is something that's been run out of Castlegar. Director Davidoff and I recognize that victimization does not stop at the borders of Castlegar. So we've been participating in this, but it's been, they've had to come and ask for money every year. This gives them some certainty, at least for a 5-year, for the 5-year plan, and we hope you support it.
Thank you. Discussion.
Yep. Chair, oh, sorry. Yeah, I just want to say it hits the very small discretionary grants or community development grant budget I have every year. And the key thing is this is something that we've agreed that we are going to fund ongoing. So this just codifies it as requisition instead of depleting small grant fund budgets. So that's what we're doing. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. That motion passes. Next one, Central Resource. So thank you very much to my fellow members in this service. We worked this out quite well. So I'm going to go ahead and move the motion that the 2025 and 2026 draft financial plan for service S187 Resource Recovery Central Subregion be amended to increase grants by $150,000 to account for area D, E, and F, each contributing $50,000 per year from Community Works funds to fund capital expenses and reduce requisitions by $150,000 for each 2025 and 2026. Do I have a second? Thank you, Graham. Discussion? Thank you to my fellow mates on this one. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. With the time we have, I'm going to move to refer the next motion to April, as it doesn't affect the budget. It's a bigger conversation and we do not have the time today. Would someone second that motion for me? Thank you, Paige. Anything on referral? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we're going to keep hearing the budget. We cannot refer these, but chances are we'll be here later than 4:30 today, so be prepared for that. Number 23, also library. Hopefully you've worked this one out. Dr. Vandenberg, over to you.
That the 2025 draft financial plan for S193 library, Crescent A, B, and C be amended to decrease the requisitions to $628,950 and reduce grant expense accordingly.
Is there a second? Tierney seconds. I'm going to go to the participants. Jackman, go ahead.
Thanks. So this is arm's length. Most of the increase shown on the draft, arm's length granting to a society which is managing their own affairs, managing their own staff, who have now received through the negotiation a substantial increase in wages. So they asked for a 51% increase in their grant. And what we put on the page is a 27% increase roughly. And the result of that is they said they're going to close 1 day a week, so open 6 days a week instead of 7. If we roll this back further, we'll probably have 2 day a week closure. My thought is that we do give them this allocation, this lift right now. We'll see what the society comes up to solve its own internal service delivery options. And then next year, we revisit it again. So this is in the middle. What's on the draft already is in the middle of what some of the communities said they want and some of the communities said we can't afford. So I'm not supporting this
DeBoon, do you have comment? I'll come to you for the close, Vandenberg.
Yeah, I agree with Director Jackman, and I think that I would like to see this their budget lift a little higher than what we've granted here or what we're suggesting. And then as a group, we need to have further conversations with the library and come up with an actual written service agreement, which we don't have. So I would give them the opportunity to make some adjustment, but I would like to see a requisition a little higher than what's suggested here.
Okay, and just to clarify, because you had mentioned this, Director Jackman, you had already given them a note about less than what they asked for and given them provisions to make it work at that level, and that's what you're referring to DeBoon, in terms of seeing how they work out those service levels?
I don't think we've given them an actual figure. I think we have to establish that here.
Okay. Tierney, did you have anything to say on this one? You do not have to if you don't want to.
I would be in favor of what Director Jackman is proposing if it included the 5 days a week. So I don't know about, I mean, the negotiations that Mayor DeBoon's talking about, I think need to be a contract that would have them open 5 days a week for that increase.
Okay, further discussion. This is going to get tricky because, go ahead, Noel.
I'm going through all my papers. I just wonder what is in this is a reduction from the draft. Just to clarify, in reduction of the draft from 689,000 to, so it's basically a $60,000 reduction from or 70, whatever the number is.
Yes.
60, less than what's in the draft financial plan. My follow-up is, is there a way for me to not vote with my vote not counting in the affirmative? Like, can I leave? Can I not, how do I not get involved in that? No, it's a serious question.
Yeah.
Because it's hard for us at this table.
It is.
And I know you've acknowledged that, Chair, but like, do we all get up and leave and?
Well, then we don't have quorum and this doesn't go anywhere.
Right. Sorry, no, but it's
Here
very
we are making tough decisions. Hands up or hands down is what we'll have to do. If we all leave, we don't have quorum, and then we're back here again next week. Okay, further on the close, Vandenberg, go ahead.
Right, so we have been very open and transparent. The library group has come to us a number of times. We've asked them to go back, come away with some suggestions. We ended up getting thrown in the newspaper, and then all sorts of people were getting a hold of us, not having all the information. I thought that was very unfortunate. The number that I arrived to is at 5.5% increase, similar to 23, 24, or 25. It's not a decrease, it's giving them what we traditionally are giving them. I agree with Mayor DeBoon. We have to sit down and talk about this and keep it out of the paper. I will say that I went and analyzed Nelson and Castlegar. Castlegar was the closest that we had, and their ask was still much greater than what Castlegar needs to operate a similar staff and level of service. So yeah, there's an opportunity for further discussion, but I am not interested. I'm just being fair with what I'm offering, and we need to talk about this first because this is a problem. To get asked for 51% increase, way out of line, and then not have the opportunity to work it through. I think I'm being totally fair with this.
Okay. Popoff, go ahead.
Yeah, just a question. I'm getting lost in the explanation here. How much of an increase percentage-wise is this?
This is the 5.5.
Thank you.
What this motion would make it 5.5.
Thank you.
Panagraph.
Yeah, I guess my question is, what would be the consequence to decreasing the requisition, recognizing that, libraries are primarily used by, people without a lot of money really rely on libraries. And is there some danger that by doing this, the library will in fact close?
Joe, can you answer that one, please?
So through the chair, just so everyone's aware, in 2024, the Creston Library was granted 599, sorry, that's not right. It's this. Gotta go back. Creston Library was granted $435,939. There's more than just one grant in that grant line. Understand, there's reading centers that are also getting grants. This year, right now in the budget, it's proposed that the Crescent Library, because I believe that's what we're talking about, in the draft budget that you have in front of you, it's $570,537. That is what that is. So by reducing the overall grant amount, there will need to be a discussion about whether that's a reduction to the reading centers as well as the Creston Library or just the Creston Library. But that is the number that is in the service right now.
So the question being, would they have to reduce services, and is that how they would deal with this? Or
So
we
they
don't
would
know?
have to reduce a service level, yeah, I would expect.
Okay. So that was the answer, Hannah Graf, is the expectation is they would have to review service levels. Okay. Paige?
So very quickly, given the environment we're going into and the absolute necessity of public free access institutions like that, especially for job searching, especially for family care, especially for free entertainment, and given that this can be dealt with and decided at community services for the area, and it has not yet reached that point, I don't think it's ready at this point for us to be making these decisions. I appreciate our desire to get taxation lower, and this is in the service that Nelson is in, but I think libraries are important. So, and we're having the community services and bring back for next year.
Thank you.
But I'll overvote, obviously.
Okay, thanks. Daboon, and then we're gonna go to vote. Daboon, go ahead.
I would recommend then that we raise the suggested requisition by $20,000 to make it $648,950. Suggest that they, if they are struggling, that they use up some of the reserves to fill that gap for this year. Give us time then to have a service agreement with them and a discussion so that they can.
Can you just move the amendment that you're proposing?
I propose an amendment to just add $20,000 to that requisition.
So it'd be $648,950?
Yes.
Is there a second on that amendment? It's been seconded now on the amendment.
Okay, and the reason again is
Yeah.
it gives them a little more flexibility than a 1 day a week closure. Gives us time to have a discussion with them about establishing a service agreement. I believe they can use some of the reserves to supplement that for this year because they have some reserves. We'll give them the opportunity to decide to do that and then develop it from there. Is my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Jackman?
On the amendment,
Yes.
giving them 20,000 more will still result in, then this difference is amended, will still result in a 1 day closure. When we propose to give them the number that Joe just mentioned, after that, they impose the 1 day closure. So we're still dropping below the
Yes.
threshold, which already is closed in 1 day.
Yes.
Yep, it may do better, it may negotiate something, but this is, we're gonna have a 1 day closure no matter what,
Regardless, okay.
where we are. Maybe a 1 day closure and half on Sunday, but
Okay. On the amendment, do we need?
Just one.
Yeah, go.
I just wanna know, I keep hearing 1 day closure. Are we talking from 7 days down to 6 days, down to 5 days? What are we talking? Because
just ask the question. How many days less is that? Or
So the end result is open 4 days a week.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on the amendment, Jackman. In favor or opposed? Opposed? Tierney?
opposed.
Vandenberg?
Opposed.
Myself? In favor. Graham?
Opposed.
Newell?
Opposed.
Cunningham? Popoff?
In favor.
Davidoff? Davidoff?
In favor.
Hanegraaff?
In favor.
Weatherhead?
In favor.
McFadden?
Opposed.
DeBoon?
In favor.
Lang?
In favor.
McLaren Co?
Opposed.
Page?
In favor.
Paisley,
Opposed.
Lockwood. Opposed. Gordon. Opposed. Lunn. In favor. Out of 35. So that fails. Okay, passes. So the amendment passes. The motion as amended. Back to the list. Jackman.
Opposed.
Tierney.
Opposed.
Vandenberg.
Opposed.
Myself. Favor. Graham. In favor. Newell.
What are we voting on?
This is the motion as amended. The amendment passes.
The amendment passes.
So it's not 620.
20,000 more, it's
Yeah.
48.
Yes.
I abstain.
Well, that's still a vote.
Yeah, no, but I abstain. Recorded.
Yeah, but that's in the, what is that?
Favor.
Yeah, in favor, I thought so. Okay, Cunningham,
In favor.
Popoff. Popoff,
He's talking, right?
In favor.
Davidoff,
In favor.
Hanegraaff,
In favor.
Weatherhead,
In favor.
McFadden. Opposed. DeBoon,
In favor.
Lang,
In favor.
McLaren Co,
In favor.
Page,
Opposed.
Paisley,
Opposed.
Lockwood,
Opposed.
Gordon, opposed. Lunn, opposed. Yeah, sorry, on the other side. I'm sorry. Okay, motion fails. 17 out of 35. Okay,
So they get the full amount.
okay, so number 24, motion number 24, also Vandenberg. Also hoping we don't take that much time on this one.
On 24 and 25, I will, remove those.
Awesome.
Right.
Only because I think we gotta keep moving. Okay, so that is it for the addenda motions. I'm assuming, Graham,
I'll make one motion from the floor.
read it.
Okay, can I speak first?
Just read it so we can see if it gets on the floor.
Okay. That the board directs staff to prepare that the board directs staff to reduce overtime across all services in the 2025 budget by 50%, $109,000, and that staff work together to figure out how to apply it to individual services.
I'll second that for discussion purposes.
Can you please send that to Angela? I don't know that staff are prepared to speak to that.
And through the chair, there's a difficulty with the motion in of itself because we have to determine what we're taxing in each service so that you would know that to vote on the bylaw in the next couple minutes. Because if it's just staff's discretion to allocate it across the services, that would be the difficulty. Just generally overtime at the RD, IT on call for weekends, rec center, transfer stations, issues that come up there. The big one in admin is payroll. So if we have a statutory holiday on a Monday, our payroll staff are working that day because 3 days to get payroll done isn't enough time. They need 4. We've got on call for water utilities, for leakages, for breakages, things like that. it would be difficult. I'm trying to think about just the logistics of this motion going forward and then it being able to be represented in the bylaw that you're voting on. And I don't see if staff's been given the discretion to allocate it across the services. I'm not quite sure how that would work if we're doing it on an aggregate basis.
So essentially, when we adopt this bylaw, that's why the motions are so specific to what line they're in, is because we have to know that when we adopt this bylaw. So we don't know that with this motion. And so it needs to be specific or else we can't adopt this bylaw.
I just want to say something here if I can.
Yeah.
Just how lucky the RDCK staff is that they're not facing what a lot of the private sector employees are facing with the layoffs that are coming in the very near future. And so I struggle with paying them time and a half or double time when they already have these good, secure jobs. And I know that staff will argue that they need overtime because of payroll on the weeks where there are stats. And I will say from my 40 years of business experience that most people are happy to swap a shift to get time off on a date that better suits them. And we saw this done last year when Sangeeta managed to cover all of the climate action workshops with no overtime. And I was very inclined to propose an outright overtime ban as a result of this, but I came up with this compromise. So I realize it's controversial. And I want to point out one thing on the budget that is in the budget that was not in previous years, and that is our total operating budget for 2025 is $118 million, 520,277. That's the whole operating budget for the regional district. That means if we look at this by population, for 62,000 people, that's $1,900 for every man, woman, and child. That's our operating budget that this board is working with. Taxation, $45 million. So that's $739 every man, woman, and child. And in 1 year, as we all sat at this table, that operating budget went up $5.9 million. That's $96.20 per person for every man, woman, and child in the regional district. Or taxation wise, $3.5 million, $57.62. If anybody wants my analysis, they're happy to have it. But I found this shocking. I had never seen the total operating budget before. And this is a demonstration of the pace of taxation that's outpacing the pace of income. So that's why I came up with this budget, this motion. And I just think I haven't done enough as a director to come up with savings for my residents. And I would challenge all of you and the staff that we can do better in the future.
Thank you, David Opp. I just want to note taxation is 45 million. Operating total is the other amount. We are taxing at 45, which is less than what we had in the 5-year financial plan. So we did already look at those numbers last year. So David Offen, please stick to the motion. We are desperately running out of time and we have it in camera. David Off, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question.
Unfortunately, this is the kind of stuff we need in advance so we can be more articulate with what we're doing. David Off, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you, Director Graham, for raising this and I understand it's a late item. I have a question through the chair to the CAO. Is this something that we could add when we look at our review of directors' expenses and like overtime costs? This is some work that we need to do. So when we're doing our service cost review and things like that, could we add this item to that work?
Sorry, through the chair, you want staff overtime added to the director remuneration bylaw deliberation?
No, to a review of our expenses at some point. How would you suggest we deal with this?
Well, I think I'm going to go back and talk to human resources about how we do use averaging agreements, because we do use them regularly. I see them on a regular basis come across my desk in terms of how we use averaging agreements. One of the problems we've got with our OT is that sometimes averaging agreements aren't possible because you need to know in advance that you're going to need to work overtime before you can do that. You can't just have someone on call and then they get called out for an IT emergency, for example, and then you just average them and say, oh, don't come in Monday till noon. You can't do that. So we do have to, in some circumstances, unfortunately, pay overtime. I think that with respect to where the board sits, it's really around the budget approval that you provide for that. And I think that if you were looking to do something here, I might not suggest 50% across the board for every service, but in order for staff to be able to make adjustments to requisition, maybe it's something in the 25% range, 30% range, where you say every service that has overtime, you're cutting the budget by 25 or 30%. So at least we have something to work with to amend the budget, as opposed to going through and determining on our own sometime between now and April 6th when taxes are due, and you don't know technically what we've taken off each service.
Then I'll make that amendment, Chair.
Can you please put that in writing? It's really hard for Ange to be trying to capture this conversation. Everything else was in writing. That's why we could do that.
Okay, well, I don't have it's whatever Director Graham's motion is, and that is just a 25% reduction.
The amendment is to reduce it from 50% to 25%.
Yes.
No, I don't think that's what he said.
No, through the chair, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, David, I'll not put my words in your mouth, but my suggestion was in order to assist staff, because Director Graham's motion says we figure out how to apply this to individual services, and that's where the problem is, that sending staff away to do this, you're going to approve a budget where you actually don't know what we've done yet, so that's inappropriate. But in order to tie it to the requisition, my suggestion was 25% off of every overtime budget in each individual service that has it, and then we can make those adjustments. So at least there's a number, we've got direction to change the budget, and you know that the budget document sitting in front of you, if there's overtime in a service, you're approving something that has 25% less.
Okay. Did you understand that, David Ock?
Yes, and the key thing is that how do we proceed from here through the chair to the CAO?
You need an amendment written that he cannot write for you. He doesn't write amendments.
Well, through the chair, from an operational standpoint, I think that we can look at the organizational review that the board's approved, and we can work this into that discussion.
Yeah, that was my intent, Chair, to do this in the operational review and basically refer this to that process.
So you'd be voting against the motion and seeing it in the operational review. You can't move a budget motion to a future meeting because we have to approve this today.
Yep, I get it. So it can be voted up and down today, but the key thing is the direction would be then to move it to the operational review as a direction to staff. If the mover would be okay with that, and I'm not impacting the intent of the mover's motion then.
So I have a speakers list.
I'm fine with that.
So you're removing the motion.
I'll remove the motion.
Who seconded that?
David.
I did,
David,
Chair. Yeah, and I'm
okay.
good with that as long as the direction to staff is consistent with what the CAO has shared with us.
Motion removed. Got it, Ange? Okay.
But a notation that there's a direction to staff in the minutes, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can we vote on that?
No, it's been removed. It's off the
No,
floor.
can we vote on direction? That
You don't
just 'cause
vote on
one
direction of staff.
Well, one person, director can't direct staff. What if I disagree?
Well, the operational overview is operational. Staff will look at where they can cut everything they possibly can. And then when we have our work plan workshop on overall service delivery, those two things come back together. We're not operations. We're supposed to be policy.
Thank you. I'm not being argumentative. I'm being process oriented. So
Yes.
at the operational review, if someone wants to talk about overtime, we at the group say, sure, if you want to talk about it, or we say, no, we're not talking about it. So it's not one person saying, I want this,
Got it.
therefore it's on the agenda. Is that correct? Excellent.
The operational review is not our job. That is staff's job. So we're
That
not
was
in
my
that
point.
conversation. When it
Okay,
comes back
okay.
to us, that's when we can have that discussion.
Fair enough.
Okay. Okay, folks, and again, the difficulty with that, and I do know your intentions, the difficulty is when we pull them from the floor and like I said, staff worked 4 days straight on things that generally happen well in advance of this last 5 days. And that's so they could be prepared, so they could identify services, things like that. Vandenberg?
I appreciate your comment on how hard staff has worked on this, but some of us have also worked pretty hard trying to put all these pieces together to make some sense of it and then try to help and assist by putting these motions in play. And we appreciate the staff's time on it, but we have done a lot of the legwork ourselves as well. So I feel
Absolutely.
as though I'm being scolded for waiting so long, but it's taken this long to figure a lot of this stuff out. And next year, I'm looking forward to developing budget right from, I guess it'll be like April. Because as a third year person in, it's taken me this long to figure out how this system works.
Thank you, Director Vandenberg. My notes about acknowledging staff is not to discount the work directors have done. I've been on this since November. We've been working on this since December. How we all do this is different on an individual basis. No one has not worked hard here. That's not what I was saying. I'm acknowledging that when you put a motion on the floor at this moment, that is the difficulty. I was only acknowledging, I appreciate what Graham is doing. This is why it was difficult. Not targeting anybody. Everybody's worked really hard. This is not the ideal way of doing it. We're doing our best. Number 26, are we ready to move for second and third reading?
So moved.
Thank you. Discussion. Graham.
Just one question through the chair is like, how do we approve something that we don't know what the totals are?
Well,
Do it.
that's everything we just talked about, that it's as amended. If we actually needed to go and get all those numbers, we are definitely having another meeting next week, which is about $10,000. So we always, if we make changes the day the budget is approved, which we do, not generally at this level, it's moved as amended because staff cannot go and make all these changes and get back to us in the next hour with a bylaw. Anything else on that? Cunningham?
Thank you for comment to staff. I hope that they're not gonna change overtime because things is fire in the water.
That did not go through.
Staff are going to be looking at it. This is comment to staff.
Yep. We have a motion on the floor to approve first, second, and third reading. That is not a part of this. We've removed that from a motion.
I understand, and instead we gave directions to staff, and we just wish that direction to staff to include these things. We're eliminating overtime for fire and water because for obvious reasons. All question.
Thank you. All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, that passes and for adoption.
Move.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Chair, for interest, over 19 water systems, the overtime is 14.4 thousand total across 19 water systems,
Okay.
serving, I don't know, more than 10,000 people, just for perspective.
Can we take our break and then keep going on this? We are going to be here past 4:30 today. Please be prepared for that. Okay,
We've done
10 minutes?
5.
7?
Keep that.
7.
You don't smoke.
Oh, I'm already here.
Don't worry,
You're good. That's right. I'm sure that's
Joe somewhere.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We got some crazy stuff going on.
Unmuted, thank you. All right, folks, we're at 7.1.1. This is the local conservation fund funding recommendations.
Can I just have a second? There we go.
Okay, you're good.
Me too.
Would anybody like to make this motion? Thank you, Fran. Second, Jackman, discussion?
Chair?
Yes?
Yes, I did receive a question. People may notice. Sorry, it's gonna just take a second.
You got your second. Now you're on 2.
This motion is referred to twice in the agenda.
Yes, the minutes are separate. They're under the, what do you call it? The for information, the consent agenda. This recommendation is under development and community sustainability.
And as such, motions are not the same.
And what is different?
That was my point as chair. With the inclusion of committee's guidance.
That does not, we agreed that was not, the motion is with the committee's guidance, but the guidance is not included in the motion. Only in the motion is the actual approved grants.
Thank you.
The guidance was recorded to staff and we already have an email back on all of that from Kendall.
So it's more like notice to staff, but try and embed it in the motion, which the chair disagreed with. Okay, good, thank you.
Okay.
So I'm speaking in favor of it, of course.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
It's been so many.
Yeah, it is participants only weighted. Yeah. Now you gotta make me think about who's in this.
There's 5 or 6 of us.
Wouldn't that say make it all weighted?
Is anybody opposed? Okay. We're good. 2025 Fire Smart program. This is our annual Fire Smart funding application. We do have Nora Page has moved and seconded. Discussion. Go ahead, Jackman.
Yeah, thank you. And there's no answer today, but down the road, I'm interested in when we have something, we're taking a grant, we're going to hire people who are qualified to do the work that we want done. On top of that, though, I'm still curious as to what other sort of senior management, supervisory senior management, et cetera, time ends up being attached to a $1.7 million grant. It will not be insignificant. And again, this kind of question comes up at our public meetings when they say, oh, it's not all free, is it? Of course not. There's always a cost to it. So down the road, it would be nice to know if we understood, is this 5% of SMP's time, 1%, that kind of thing.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not sure if you want to get into that discussion or we can save it for a later date.
I think so today.
I'd imagine for this grant, actually, it's probably a little bit lower than others because of the ability for us to hire relatively high-level supervisors under the grant program. So it's not as if we're hiring very junior staff members who need a lot of supervision and coordination. We're actually hiring a full-time coordinator who runs the program. So I imagine that the time is probably a little bit less than it would be for some other grant programs that we have. Yeah.
I saw Dan nodding. Okay. I did have a question on this one through to staff. I noticed that it's 6 Fire Smart specialists this year, but in the past, I believe it was 8. I'm just curious how we are we replanning the geography of those placements, or what was the rationale behind that?
Through the chair, no, I believe last year we had 6 as well. And this year's program, Castlegar has opted to apply directly to UBCM and run their own programs. So we won't be supporting them. So we'll be able to have the staff, especially in the fire impacted areas, provide additional support.
Thank you. That actually answered my second question, was that kind of the allocation for those fire impacted communities. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Arrow Creek Water Treatment Plant, this is an award. Kearney?
That the board award the Arrow Creek Water Treatment Plant HVAC upgrade project to Trainer Mechanical Contractors Limited, and that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents, the maximum value of $466,464 plus GST, and further that the cost for the project be paid from the reserves associated with water utility Arrow Creek Service S251.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, DeBoon. Discussion? All good on that one? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Lakeside office roof replacement, the other part of the roof from reserves. Anyone like to move this motion or ask a question?
I'll move the recommendation.
Second.
Okay, it's on the floor. Is there discussion? Questions? I'm going like eye sideways here, looking all over the place. Just yell if I've missed you, because I think I'm going blind. I don't see anybody in chat. Oh, Lockwood, that I thought there was one.
Thank you. Can I just ask, will this complete the whole roof? This is a ridiculous price for one little tiny section. Will this complete the whole roof?
So through the chair, this will finish off the roof, yes.
Thank you.
Vandenberg, go ahead.
This is an expense, this is necessary, that sort of thing, but part of our asset management planning strategy is to know what this is gonna cost us in the future. When do we get privy to understand what the costing of this asset and other assets are, so that we can decide, does it make sense to fix the roof, or does it make sense to do other things? Do you understand what I'm saying? When do we get access to the asset management to know what our capital costs are going to be down the line, like this facility?
Yeah, through the chair, it's in the works with the asset management position coming on later in the year. I will say that though, we did do a specific review of this building a number of years ago, and the roof was identified with a timeline, and this falls into that planning.
Okay, and so then further to that position, we'll have a regular correspondence that we can check in on and kind of know what the bigger picture is in a lot of these crazy things.
Through the chair, ideally, you'd have a capital budget planning process that would be outside of your operating one. Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, this had a facility condition index review, which is a little different, but that is what identified it quite a few years ago. And it was pieced into 2 phases. This is the last phase. And I do believe we have an asset management overview. It's now the position that's going to put that into what does that look like on the ground? What do we think of? So that's what that new position is going to do.
And what, in a function that we can understand.
Exactly. Yeah. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Resident directed grants. This is a contribution agreement. And just to note, because it was a question I heard earlier, it's 3 million over 3 years. So that's why you see $1 million per in what's available right now, but the contract is for 3 years, and that's why it was a $3 million contract. I'll move. Do we have a second? Thank you. I know I have comments on this. Weatherhead, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just, it's been quite a challenging year over and above other challenging years, but I don't know if this is appropriate to comment on it at this time, but in the policy changes that spurred on the online selection committee forms, I would just like to say that it was a complete fail in my area. And it actually sort of prompted almost like a non-participation situation. And it resulted in me having to go to communities, make extra trips to communities that I just to attend public things, just so I could get people, because we don't have phone books anymore. And it's really hard to, just to find people in communities when we've got people retiring from volunteer years and things like that. And just to note, and maybe it's a comment for CBT, that, in Area K, it was CBT's choice. And I'm super grateful for the choice. I always like to put that out there. I'm super grateful for the choice to split my ready money between 5 different communities because, yes, the Arrow Lakes is greatly affected, a greatly affected area resident-wise. And so super grateful for it, but without any compensation for the area director, all the extra trips to each of the communities, my furthest community being 163-kilometer round trip, a lot of wear and tear on my vehicle, a lot of driving, a lot of gas, a lot of time. And yeah, and it's just, and I don't even know if our staff is well enough covered. I just see the challenges there with all of the things. So that's just my comment.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and comment. There's no one on, is that an old list? Okay. So straight off the bat, a 7% administration fee is lower than what they would consider adequate administration in any grant. So I want to note, we're not going to do this today because it's in front of us right now. I would like to recommend at some point, whenever staff would need it, that we recommend a doubling of that administration fee. Not only for the new requirements that we have to do for this, but also that, as Director Weatherhead noted, there are no expenses nor stipends or anything provided to directors who are running these programs. And when I started, it wasn't a big deal. It was, 2 days and a meeting, driving to Meadow Creek. It's a beautiful drive, not a problem. Today's world, where you're working 10 hours a day and you're trying to keep up with everything and all the new requirements, that is a different story. So 7% is far short of what the actual cost is to administer this program. And it is definitely getting more and more difficult in the public to address all the considerations that are now moving to grants because everything's not affordable. So it becomes a very difficult process. And I'm only looking at Mike just so he takes notes on this. I think the last time we had the contribution agreement in front of us, we had noted at that time that 7% for administration is significantly lower than the actual cost. So we are subsidizing this process. Great opportunity. It's awesome. We are so limited and have more and more paperwork to do every year. So that is my comment on this one. And Mike, jump in anytime if you feel you need to.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, just to the point about the percentage that we get for administration here in 2022, before CPT made the move from the community initiatives and affected areas programs to the RDCK program. They did a full review of the program, and one of the things they looked at was the administration fee, and they upped the administration fee to 7% from the 5% that it was previous to 2022. And in the comments back, they also understand that the RDCK as an administrative area with so many different selection committees and different processes were, again, a bit of an outlier compared to other program partners. But their 7% is an across the board for all the delivery partners, the same administration fee that everyone gets.
Okay, thank you. McFadden.
Hi, yeah, through the chair to Mike. So I was curious about the 7%. I don't totally know the 7% administration fee, but how do we work that into your municipal partners, right? So are you guys taking the full 7% and then the city of Casper is subsidizing all the administration that we do? Because we do most of it, right? On our end, my city staff does a lot of the stuff that you might be doing for the rural areas. So I'm just wondering, how do you deal with that 7%? Is it 7% for all of us straight across the board, or is it allocated different for municipal partners?
Through the chair, the 7% is retained by the RDCK for the administration program, and it mostly funds the grants coordinator position, which is about half of the position. When CPT did the review of the program in 2022, they asked us for detailed information about our costs, and we prepared an estimate for the month based on the amount of time that the various people involved in the program spend on the program, and we determined that even at that point, the staff costs alone were covered. We're using up all of the funds that were for that we get through the administration fee, and there's other pocket expenses as well and things that go along with these. So that 7% is wholly retained by the RDCK, and the municipal partners, those costs are really just regarding holding local selection committees. But the administration of the program itself is a significant undertaking and does take a lot of staff resources. So as it currently is now, all the money is retained by the RDCK.
Thanks.
I think that's an interesting note. That's, again, I don't want to encourage us going down that road, but I think what your staff does is what directors do in rural areas as what we do. So I think that that's an interesting one in the next agreement to kind of work out a little more, how is this all landing? Because we do it just out of our own pockets. In terms of the meetings and the committees and preparing the ballots and however you're doing it, that's all what we do on our own. Okay, Lockwood.
Thank you, and thank you, Director McFadden, for bringing that up, because it's not quite the same.
Okay.
Because as a director and as the mayor of our community, I'm sitting there going through all this stuff that it came a lot different this year and have found multiple mistakes. Now, I don't get paid for doing that. I can't expect my staff to do that, but I actually have them work overtime to do our dot night, and we supply all the materials to do that. But what I'm hearing is that we're not going to be compensated at all, and we do it for Salmon Area G. So it's not quite the same in that regard, is that, yes, directors of the rural areas would put in the time for a committee in that, but we, Village of Salmo, pays all those overtime expenses and everything, which costs us about $3,500 to do ours.
So
that comes out.
That is what I do as a director. I go through all the grants, I prepare everything, I get the ballots ready, I print them all. Usually I use links to do that. So that is all on my own.
Oh.
So I think this is something where we're gonna have to talk about this more. Weatherhead does that for 5 different community meetings. So I think that's where how council is able to use staff. That's a conversation to be had. If your staff aren't being compensated, rural directors are acting as the staff that you would use in your council in the rural area. So there is a lack of compensation for the total cost of the administration, no matter who's doing it. I think it's what needs to be identified in a future agreement. I'm going to go to McLaren Co, Weatherhead and Page, and I'm going to get in trouble for doing this. I shouldn't have opened this. Go ahead, Weatherhead, or you, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just gonna say, I don't think we're gonna change this agreement today, so I would suggest we just table this to another time to review this agreement, pass this for now, and move on just in the interest of time.
And it's my fault, I started it. So Paige, did you want to add to this, or are you good with moving this?
Well, I was kind of wondering, do we want to hold them over a barrel? Because they're going to want to roll this out as much as anything else. Like, are we going to pause this and send it back and see?
I think if we do that, we're pausing the whole ready process this year, and I don't think we're going to do that to our communities. I'm not okay with doing that to my community. I'm flagging what we need to do well in advance of the next time we have an agreement. Does that work?
Can we make an amendment and put it for 2025 instead of 2027 so we can get this?
We already have the contract in the agreement is for the financial amount received. So we have to also give back money if we did that. Correct, Mike?
Yeah, we need to sign the agreement. CBT is quite keen to have this signed and so we can
have
the program for this year. But I would like to say, if it is the desire of the board to, to revisit, the information that we provided to CBT several years ago as part of the program review and look at our expenses and see if there's a way to provide that compensation within the overall administration fee, that would be appropriate, and staff could easily do that work.
I think that's the direction of staff, and especially to talk to the municipalities about what they're incurring as costs as well. Okay, is that good?
Yeah.
Sorry, I started that.
I just had that one last.
Yeah, go ahead, last comment.
Just to say that the Village of McCusker chooses not to use their staff, they use volunteers. And that's how we have always traditionally done it.
Okay.
So it doesn't incur them.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor for now? Anybody opposed? Okay. I think we've lost Director Casely, Angela. Just noting that. Fire apparatus purchase. Tristan, hi, good to see you. You shaved your head, it took me a moment. So we have a motion here, Tristan in the room. If we have questions, where do we want to start? Thank you. Second, Graham. Go ahead.
I need to amend S1 in the financial considerations of the proposed solution. I need to amend S141 to come all from reserves.
Because I'm not sure I have enough money in community works for this, that's listed, which I can talk to Stuart about.
So is that part of the motion?
So through the chair, the last part of the motion where it says community works funds,
Just scratch that?
that part can be taken out. So just funding from reserves for debt service.
So your amendment is to remove community works. You were the only one noted for community works. Okay. Can we take that as a friendly amendment? Thank you. Go ahead, Paige.
Can I suggest it just stays in? Because having it both says flexibility. I hear uncertainty on whether or not they're there at all. So, to me.
So go ahead.
Through the chair, this doesn't prevent us from bringing an application in the future should Director Graham realize she's got enough to fund a portion or all of the 300 from community works.
Yeah. As written now allows, if there's not there, it's going to come from reserves. And if it is there, nothing else has to happen.
Either way, the application has to go through the board.
Yeah.
So she can simply say she's not using her reserves if she wants to.
Or through the chair, instead of reserves and community works, it can be reserves or community works.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Okay, and or we're good. Lund was next, and then Vandenberg. I did see you just as I was going to Paige. Go ahead.
Sure. Just a question through the chair to staff surrounding tariffs. In the report, it is listed as a risk, but I don't completely understand. So we would be approving a certain rate as proposed, and what would happen if there was an increase due to tariffs?
To the chair, if there was an increase due to tariffs, we would be coming back, as far as I'm aware, we'd be coming back to the board with an amendment for asking for more their contract.
Okay, and a quick supplement.
Yeah, go ahead.
And is there a clause or something so that if the board decided not to move forward with an increase, is that an option, or are we essentially stuck to this number plus a tariff with just a notification back to the board that there's been an increase?
We don't, sorry, through the chair, we don't get the first payment for the fire trucks until we take ownership of the chassis. So there would be a discussion before with the policy limit component ahead of time if there was a tariff, potential tariff could be applied to that. So we'd have to have the discussion at that point in time if people would be willing to accept that, proceed with the order, or potentially cancel at that point.
Okay, so there is still a window, I guess. Okay, thank you.
And noting they're coming from Winnipeg, so it's just the kind of the bulk pieces that could be coming over the border.
We, through the chair, we understand that chassis come from the States.
Okay.
Major component of the factory.
Even though it's a Winnipeg developer. Okay, sorry, Stuart, and then I do have Vandenberg.
And through the chair, the Canadian government has made statements to say that they're not going to put tariffs on items that specifically target local government. So right now, there is not a contemplation for tariffs on fire trucks and chassis, so we're hoping that they stick to that.
Vandenberg, go ahead.
Yes, well, a lot of it's already been covered. So you've got 5 fire trucks, $4 million plus the taxes, and you've set a maximum value. So I would be holding you to that, knowing that Fort Garry is out of Winnipeg. I'm familiar with that. But we do have some influences of stuff coming up over the border, but it does say maximum. So you remember.
So anything that goes above what's been approved does have to come back to the board.
And I hope that it doesn't come back.
Yeah, right.
This is a done deal.
Yeah.
And clearly when I say it's a done deal, negotiate.
David Off, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question to the CAO, to the chair. I know fire apparatus qualifies for community works funding, but I was not allowed to use community works funding when we went to referendum, the alternate approval process. But the key thing is that if there's an increase in the cost, can I apply community works funds, like for tariff purposes or any other purposes, to any increase that was beyond the initial AAP process to permit borrowing?
Through the chair, I don't see any reason why not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, grant 7.5.1.
I'd like to move discretionary with a comment.
Okay, let's see if you get a second. Thank you. What's your comment?
Okay, the comment where it says, the one for area G, the Douglas Fir Beetle, and it says 1,500 added. It should be pointed out the first 5,000 did not come out of discretionary. I think it came out of the other one, out of community development grant.
Okay.
So perhaps just cross out the word added.
I think it's saying added because it was a grant added, not the amount was added. The grant was added.
Good, I just wanted that confirmed.
Yes, thank you. Further discussion, Lockwood.
I just need to ask a question about that one, just because when I was looking through the different applications, the person's address is in Nelson, but it's going through the Salmon District Chamber of Commerce.
That's right.
But it's going, I guess it just didn't make sense to me. Is that normally what happens, is somebody from a different community gets?
Well, if they live, if they're living in a different community, but they're part of a different society, not all societies are where people live.
Okay.
Cunningham, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. The person who's administering this grant is actually, lives at Hall Siding, so he has a Nelson address.
Okay, thanks.
And in fact, yes, he's been the one who's instituted this grant,
Okay.
We all know the history and so on.
All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. And for development, who would like to move that motion? Thank you, Jackman. Do we have a second?
I'll second and have a comment, Chair.
Okay, go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, I just want it noted in the recording that Area I is committing $2,269.45 for providing a grant to the Regional District Planning Services to have for the mail out that went to every household, inviting them to the official community plan hearing process. So that's the way it works. That's the way I did it. And because we had some comments about people not knowing about the public hearing, but I just wanted on the record that that's what I did to make sure that every household had a mailer, not garbage mail. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, Chair and CAO reports. So I did include a written report because we did request an emergency meeting with ministers regarding the ferries. I did not go through the board for that, but because we already had letters and motions, we went ahead. The report is there. Also, in terms of my activities, the Emergency Disaster Mitigation Act Local Government Committee that's working with UBCM to go through that. The regulatory assessment is wrapping up. So I did include in that board email I sent you late last week that there are local government sessions for you to add your further comment on what's been discussed. So I did circulate the link to that. Please register there the week of April 8th. If you need it again, just send me a note and I'll send it to you as well. They are breaking them up between municipality, rural areas, and we did encourage, because a lot of regional districts actually provide emergency services in municipalities, that they provide a session that is both rural and municipal so that they can have questions that each other hear. So that's the EDMA report. I did also attend, I think we had a 12-hour notice on a meeting regarding tariffs with, I know Minister Anderson was there, and I believe, I want to say it was Mr. Dix was the other minister there. I actually lose track of which files they hold. And it was mostly questions and answers regarding the tariffs. We did hear the note on fire trucks and other essential materials for local government servicing, really working on that. I referenced the economic opportunity regarding excess tax on cannabis at this time. It only applies to domestic product. So a lot of that product is going international so that they can make it profitable. That's actually an opportunity for this region, which this board has discussed previously with the Cannabis Council. So that was the one I had raised. And I believe those were my activities as chair in terms of meetings with others. Any questions for me at this time? Vandenberg.
Just a comment to the chair, you do a pretty good job of keeping us informed, and I want to thank you for that, with everything that's going on. And this isn't it's a legitimate comment.
Thank you.
It's good to get help and reminding and that sort of thing. There's a lot of moving parts, and you still find time to help us.
I definitely try without overwhelming you, but not always successful in the last part. Okay, not chair, CAO.
Not much for open, just really been working with staff to tidy up budget, so a busy few weeks.
I can tell you it's been on the budget the whole time we've been sitting here.
Hospital board.
Oh, hospital board. Oh, damn, hospital board. Okay. All right. Rule Affairs Committee. Jackman, over to you.
Sure, thank you. So we had a little different agenda than normal, so there's only 3 items arising to come to the board. We only had 1 delegation, Fair Open, which is the first recommendation, where we received their comments, asked questions, and of course, as per usual, and for business. On the first amendment, 3 sets of eyes missed this, so before I read it, the very last line says some awkward language. Previous agricultural land commission review that which indicates delete that. I don't know how we miss these things is the end of the day. So I'd like to move this first recommendation, all is subdivision in the LR for Fulton, area H. The board support the application A2404 HS for the proposed subdivision that the property has indicated. And further, the committee supports this due to the soil capability at class 7, need for housing, and previous agricultural land commission review, which includes.
So I did say to Andrew, it was removal of that which indicated support. Those are the words you're removing.
Just the one
Just word that.
The removal of the word that.
Oh, my apologies.
Previous
Sorry,
ALC review,
which
indicates.
Okay, thank you.
Either or.
Okay, it's on the floor. Further discussion.
A bit of apologies to Director Popoff that I didn't, because he wasn't.
Oh, right, he wasn't present.
But
Yeah.
obviously he read it.
Okay, and if you second that, I guess you're good with our decision for you?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Further discussion. Newell?
I didn't notice it yesterday, but we got 2 different names. We got Joshua.
You're looking at the Perpulkin?
Yeah. And it's proposed by Joshua Angle. I might have missed that it's a different owner.
That is their agent.
That's their agent.
Support. That's their agent, but the owner was actually sitting chair.
That's right.
Got it, okay. That's what it was.
Good catch. We're reading our details. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
I'd like to move the next 2 as a block. They are both community works funds applications. The first one being Bud Lake Regional Park upgrade and mitigation in Area G, the $200,000 allocation to come from Area G's allocation and going to service S202. And the second one being community works fund application to the CBT property for Crescent Red Grain Elevator, funding being split equally between areas A, B, and C for a total of $30,000.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. So that's moved together as a block. Discussion. Cunningham?
Thank you. On the first one, very close to Lake, most of the 20,000, I believe, has gone to insurance for damage, property, and so forth. But also, if in the report, it has a great something that says for the next 2 years. I suggest those funds may be spent over the next 10 years because there's a great deal of work to do in order to decide how the new property is going to be divided and which is going to be for public use and which is going to be preservation of the wildlife and so forth and so on. And a lot of community discussion. So I just thought I'd mention that. So if you saw these funds for another 200,000 or something like that, please don't take it to heart as those are the kind of funds.
Okay, thanks. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's as a block. Thank you. Okay. Director Davidoff, can I propose something to you that we refer your motion and you and I work on combining our motions because they're both regarding community works and I referred mine to next month?
Yeah, we could do that. Just that I got a lot of pressure from my community to use community works funds. I appreciate the work that's been done. I could agree to that, but it just delays things another month.
I don't think we're gonna get much out of it this month in terms of moving forward on this. We did submit all of the attachments to lobby for more leniency, so we could follow up on that in the meantime. And then you and I could work on if we can combine our motions or just, I don't think they oppose each other, but it just gives us a bit of space today.
Yeah, no problem, Chair.
Thank you. So you're moving to refer that to April?
Yeah.
Second.
Thank you. And on referral, I think we're good. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I'm just gonna let McLaren Co, can you note, follow up with David off on referral, thank you. All right, 9.2, Director Hewitt is actually at FCM right now. So Director Lang was gonna move this motion, I believe, and then I'll go to Cunningham. Okay. Okay, so the motion as written is moved.
Yes.
Okay, Cunningham for comment, Lockwood on the list.
Do we have offhand the amount that it actually costs the board for the director to attend FCM? And our cost, because I know that most of the costs are paid by the small community funded for the FCM.
Through the chair, I think for a year, it's just around $3,000.
Thank you.
That's what I recall. I think we asked last year and that's what, okay. Lockwood?
Thank you. I don't know how to, I was hoping I'd be able to discuss this before the motion.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. This is where we flagged. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, I don't have a problem of going forward because it's only one, for one thing. But what I would like to propose is that if the person that whoever that we put at, if that person is not successful in elections at FCM, that comes back. Like that person doesn't just get to go on any committees or anything like that. Because as I sit here in BC, I haven't seen different things that we don't seem to have access to the BC caucus. We don't seem to have access to different things. And it's getting to be more and more of a bigger city mentality at FCM. And I've listened for now 6 years how FCM, having representatives at FCM has really benefited us in the rural area. I haven't seen that in 6 years. So it might have 30 years ago, but in the last 6 years, I haven't seen for how much, and I believe that it was $5,000 a person, not 3,000 is when we discussed it last year. So it would be another, even though it's a small amount, another savings if a person does not make the cut at FCM. So I don't know how that could be added to the motion.
I think the way it would work is that when we did approve for someone to go be a member of a committee, they have to ask for permission to cover their expenses. So that's a motion that comes back to this table. It's not automatic that we cover their expenses without a motion. So that's how it's going to come back. If we have someone that says, wait, I want to be on committees because I didn't get on, they have to come and ask us for that money. Correct?
Okay.
So that's how it
was
would come back to us.
last year then?
Yes, we did. Yeah, we did
Yeah,
the second
okay.
motion.
Okay.
It wasn't just the default then.
Okay.
This, then that, they had to come back for a second request.
Unless it's in the remuneration bylaw or we've approved it through a motion, you don't get to bill us for anything. Okay. Who was next? Hannah Graff, go ahead.
Yeah, so a couple of, I guess, questions. I mean, the thing with sending a second person, the question that I don't think was ever fully answered is what the cost is to the RDCK to send a second person. I'm as baffled now as I was a year or so ago on that question. The other thing I want to know about what's in front of us right now is, does this mean that Director Hewitt is our person for FCM and that's it? Or can someone else from the board who's a delegate to the FCM also run, like, are we bound by this decision, and what does it do to other delegates who might be seeking the same opportunity?
Through the chair, you need a board motion to support a candidacy. That being said, the board has supported more than one in the past as well. So I guess the answer is if someone else came forward, then they could entertain a motion to the board to have support for that.
So once you're at the FCM body, that's where they vote if they get on the board. But if you don't have a board motion, you can't just go from the floor. You need your board motion.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. And I mean, if there's a second motion of this nature, I think we need to have a really clear understanding on what the costs are to us. We're looking at curtailing how many people we send to conferences and things like that. And so I think the same has to apply here. Thanks.
Absolutely. I think, and that would be a motion that would come to us. Again, that's something where we would have to approve that. You are correct. We don't know the expenses on the second person because we did fund 2 people for the last year. Okay, so the motion's on the floor. Is there further discussion? Paige, go ahead.
Just quickly, I'm fine supporting this motion. I said it in the past, the policy around this would make sense. And if we can consider things like rollover, accumulated surpluses, because it does make sense to try and get people supportive. But let's have a policy around this and around UBC and around other things.
So, and I just want to check in because I do recall we moved a motion, I believe it was McFadden, to create a policy on FCM. My guess is that it's just down here in terms of priorities. So we can just remind Mike on that one. The conference policy is around who attends and who we pay to attend. The FCM policy would be specific to how do we address multiple requests to be approved to move to the board. So they're 2 different policies that.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're 2 different.
Okay. Vandenberg.
I think I understand.
Okay. Clarenco?
Thanks, Chair. I just was curious about, maybe it'll come with the policy that Director McFadden had suggested, but maybe because of the timing of the FCM conference and this selection of support, it doesn't line up with all the other times we do liaison appointments to other outside organizations. So it doesn't seem, I mean, I'm not speaking against Director Hewitt's request for support, but should there be a process where other people were interested, there should be a process around it, is my point.
It's a good point that it would be better when we're doing all of our external. It's just that it's not actually up to us if they get accepted. It's then 6 months later, but I think that's a good point. Sorry, I'm ad-libbing. Stop it. Further discussion on the motion. Cunningham?
Thank you. Yeah, one last one. It seems to me that in fact you can, for example, be perhaps not run for one of the BC caucus chairs, but you could run as a committee person. And depending upon you providing a letter from your community within so many days in order for you to redeem the committee.
Yeah, so again, circling back to that, if we have someone else come forward that they want to be on a committee, if there's any expenses involved or approval from us, that comes back to this table. Right now, this motion, if it goes through, is saying, yes, we support Hewitt. Anyone else is going to have to come back to us. Okay. Any other discussion? Lang, I felt like Hewitt told us to say something specific to this, and I do not remember what that was.
No, other than to say, I know Mary is very dedicated to working with FCM and very appreciative of the support she gets from this board to make that opportunity possible.
Okay, thank you. Lockwood?
I'm just looking at, and it says FCM, $7,663.18, and that is in the financials. So I don't know what that is for February, so.
Probably for the 2 people over the past year.
No, through the chair, that's our annual dues to FCM.
Oh,
that's annual dues, okay.
Yeah.
I just thought you might be able to answer a question.
Right. We also have to pay to be a member of the organization. Okay. Good catch. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. That passes. Okay, we're at the consent agenda. Does anybody need to correct any minutes, pull anything for discussion? Lockwood?
Just want to ask a question. At the beginning of the thing, Salmon Area G, I'm wondering why that wasn't in the consent agenda.
I think you had a motion.
No, we just had direction to staff, I believe.
That's an
So if it has a motion, it doesn't go in the.
Yes.
Okay.
Ange, go ahead.
And through the chair, this is the minutes that were given to me prior to agenda prep. So if the rec 7 minutes did not make the deadline, they did not.
Okay,
get at
they
it.
have a motion, that's why they're in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have a motion.
If they have, thank you.
Okay, only note I'll make is on 10.2.2, there's been several regional districts that have put letters forward, us being one of them. We also met with Minister Anderson and a few other ministers. The ministers' names I forget the most. My apologies. It looks like there might be more follow-up on this and they might be requesting to speak with us, so I'll keep you apprised of that. Sometimes learn words while I'm here. Okay, we're good on this one then, nothing else? Okay, how much do we want to bet that we're gonna refer verbal reports to next month?
So moved.
What's that? I know, we even tried to do half and we haven't been able to get to half, so. Your reports are fabulous. I actually had I had 5 people read my almost 10-page budget report and their comments were like, wow, thank you. And a note on using a car instead of a bus for transit. That was it. Anyways, good work. Okay. We've had public time. We're now going to close the meeting to the public. So thanks, Deb. Good to see you. And those online, if you can please disconnect if you are not a director or staff that needs to remain in the discussion. Directors or staff that need to remain, please turn on your cameras. If we can, I think we should. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I have motions to move. Can I please take a motion to close the meeting to the public? Second discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, carried, and motion to recess open meeting. Thank you, second discussion, all those in favor? Carried. So box head 55, if you could please disconnect. Public, if you could disconnect. Yeah, I'm sorry, that was one of the names.
Recording stopped.